In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides. In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides.
Session resumed. Session suspended. Sige mo na. Saan ba tayo? Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority
I
Leader,
move that we
welcome
now-
back. You're on time.
Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed, Majority Leader.
I move that we now proceed with additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Daghang salamat, Majority Leader. Secretary General, as stated, please proceed. Thank you.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill number 11514, strengthening the operations of the Human Settlements Adjudication Commission by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill number 11515, recognizing the Digital Media Standards Coalition as an independent fact-checking and ethical guidance authority by Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill number 11516, changing the name of the province of Southern Leyte to Leyte del Sur by Representative Mercado.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 11519, revising Republic Act 9510, establishing the Credit Information System by Representative Tieng.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill number 11520, establishing a satellite office of the CHED in Naga, Camarines Sur by Representative Bordado.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 11521, establishing a Land Transportation, Franchising, and Regulatory Board satellite office in Naga, Camarines Sur by Representative Bordado.
To the Committee on Transportation.
Resolutions, House Resolution number 2304, urging the DOTR and the Metro Rail Transit Corporation to rename the North Avenue Station of MRT Line 3 to Bago Bantay North EDSA Station by Representative Ataide.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Resolution number 2305, calling for a legislative inquiry by the House of Representatives into the death of USC student Junver Toledo and the effects of outcomes-based education on students nationwide by Representatives Manuel, Brosas, and Castro Franz.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 2306, urging the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs of the House to conduct a review and assessment of the implementing rules and regulations of RA number 12021, the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers, by Representative Magsino.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 2307, calling for a congressional inquiry into the current state of the San Juanico Bridge and the actions or inaction of the DPWH and other concerned agencies in ensuring the safety, functionality, and contingency preparedness of strategic national infrastructure by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yadamari, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
Messages from the Senate. Message dated June 2, 2025, informing the House of Representatives that on even date, the Senate passed the following Senate bills in which it requests the concurrence of the House of Representatives. Senate Bill 890 on right-sizing the national government to improve public service delivery.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization.
Senate Bill 2805 on strengthening the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board.
To the Committee on Public Information.
Senate Bill 2960 on institutionalizing the Lifelong Learning Development Framework, broadening the mandate of the Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
Senate Bill 2965 on granting free funeral services to poor families.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
Senate Bill 2974 on expanding the Philippine Science High School system.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
And Senate Bill 2975 on strengthening animal welfare standards, enacting a revised Animal Welfare Act.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
Message dated June 3, 2025, informing the House that on even date, the Senate passed without amendment House Bill numbers 5829, 5842, and 6551.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated June 3, 2025, informing the House that on even date, the Senate passed the following House bills as amended by substitution. House Bill 9315 on converting the J.H. Cirillas State College into a state university, and House Bill 9332 on converting the Zamboanga del Sur School of Arts and Trades into a state college.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Message dated June 3, 2025, informing the House that on June 2, 2025, the Senate designated Senators Zubiri, Ejercito, Binay, Gatchalian, and Pimentel as conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill 2974 and House Bill 9726 on the proposed expanded Philippine Science High School PSHS System Act.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
Message dated June 3, 2025, informing the House that on June 2, 2025, the Senate designated Senators Escudero, Ejercito, and Aquilino Pimentel as conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill 890 and House Bill 7240 on right-sizing the national government to improve public service delivery.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization.
Message dated June 3, 2025, informing the House that on June 2, 2025, the Senate designated Senators Pimentel, Tulfo, De La Rosa, Binay, and Ejercito as conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Votes of House Bill 9489 on creating one additional branch of the RTC in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in Alicia, Isabela.
To the Committee on Justice.
Communications, letter dated January 13, 2025 of the CESB Executive Director, submitting to the House a copy of their quarterly physical report of operation as of December 31, 2024.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulations.
Letter dated January 14, 2025 of the DBP President notifying the House that the quarterly budget and financial accountability reports for the quarter ending December 31, 2024 have been posted on their website, and the said reports are also accessible under their Transparency Seal page.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated January 21, 2025 of the Land Bank President updating the House with a copy of their report on the utilization of funds for the Unconditional Cash Transfer Program, 4th quarter CY 2024.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letters dated January 30 and February 6 and 12, 2025 of BSP Bank Officer 6, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated February 10, 2025 of DBP Senior Vice President informing the House on the status of implementation of the Barangay Micro Business Enterprises Act of 2002 as of December 31, 2024.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated February 18, 2025 of BSP Acting Bank Officer 6, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Various communications submitted to the House by officials of several local government units relative to their posting and reporting requirements of the fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund as attested by their respective local chief executives.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Report dated March 11, 2025 of the Secretary General, House of Representatives on enrolled copies of House Bill 9758 on converting the Extension Office of the LTO in Burgos, Ilocos Norte into a regular district office, which were transmitted to the Office of the President on March 5, 2025 for His Excellency's consideration and signature, pursuant to Section 18H, Rule 6 of the Rules of the House. Report dated March 11, 2025 of the Secretary General, House of Representatives on enrolled copies of House Bill 11072 on amending the franchise granted to Davao Light and Power Company, which were transmitted to the Office of the President on March 6, 2025 for His Excellency's consideration and signature, pursuant to Section 18H, Rule 6 of the Rules of the House. Report dated March 11, 2025 of the Secretary General, House of Representatives on copies of the following enrolled bills, which were returned to the Senate on March 6, 2025 and to be transmitted to the Office of the President for His Excellency's consideration and signature, pursuant to Section 18H, Rule 6 of the Rules of the House. Senate Bill 2871 and House Bill 9571 on the proposed Chemical Weapons Prohibition Act, and Senate Bill 2878 and House Bill 11199 on the proposed Economy, Planning, and Development Act. Committee Report 1464, submitted by the Committee on Overseas Workers' Affairs on House Bill 11525. Committee Report numbers 1465, 1466, 1467, 1468, 1469, 1470, 1471, and 1472, submitted by the Committees on Justice and Appropriations on House Bill numbers 11526, 11527, 11528, 11529, 1530, 15531, 1532, and 11533, respectively.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader, please. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Dapat pa. Hindi ko makabasa ng mayos. Kaya baka, anong unahin? Wala dito. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading under the cluster of transportation offices, House Bills number 9523, 10138, 10485, 10880, 10991, 11374, 11380. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to be directed to read the titles of the bills and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9923, 10138, 10485, 10880, 10991, 11374, 11380, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9923, an act establishing a district office of the Land Transportation Office in the city of Sagay, Negros Occidental. House Bill 10138, an act upgrading the classification of the Land Transportation District Office in Calapan City, Oriental Mindoro from Class D to Class B and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10485, an act establishing a regular district office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of Viga, province of Catanduanes, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 10880, an act converting the satellite office of the Maritime Industry Authority located in the municipality of Guian, province of Eastern Samar, into a regular extension office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10991, an act establishing a district office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of Caraga, Davao Oriental, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 11374, an act converting the Land Transportation Office Licensing Center located in Tuguegarao City, province of Cagayan, into a regular licensing office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 11380, an act converting the Extension Office of the Land Transportation Office located in the municipality of Cabagan, province of Isabela, into a regular district office to be known as the LTO District Office of Cabagan, Isabela, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 9923, 10138, 10485, 10880, 10991, 11374, and 11380. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincola, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Co Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Junicio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pomaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri.
Second call na House Bill numbers 9923, 10138, 10485, 10880, 10991, 11374, and 11380. Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Advincula, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Bosita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro Jean, Chan, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Colada, Corvera, Cua, Cuaresma, De Jesus, Defensor, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Espares, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Gato, Goed Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Oribata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquis, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Primicia Sagabas, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rillo, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salo, Saulug, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tieng, Tupas, Unabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Gris, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen.
with 173 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention. House Bill number 9923, 10138, 10485, 10880, 10991, 11374, and 11380 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, would like to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading under the cluster of higher and technical education. House Bills number 11361, 11371, 11377, 11379. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bills 11361, 11371, 11377, 11379, and 11393, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11361, an act converting the Northern Mindanao School of Fisheries in the municipality of Buena Vista, province of Agusan del Norte, into a polytechnic institution to be administered and supervised by the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 11371, an act converting the Sorsogon National Agricultural School in the municipality of Castilla, province of Sorsogon, into a polytechnic institution to be administered and supervised by the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 11377, an act establishing a regular campus of the Jose Rizal Memorial State University in the municipality of Labason, province of Zamboanga del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 11379, an act establishing a regular campus of the Davao de Oro State College in the municipality of Nabunturan, province of Davao de Oro, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 11392, an act strengthening the University of Antique, expanding its curricular offerings and the composition of the governing board and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill numbers 11361, 11371, 11377, 11379, and 11392. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, De Gooc, Dalipe, Dalog, De Yanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Mapora Mohamed Khalid, De Mapora City Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Conghun, Labad Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Elogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap, Christian Tel, Yap, Christopherson, Yap, Edvic, Yap, Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 11361, 11371, 11377, 11379, and 11392. Abante, Abunda at Sharon, Advincula, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Bosita, Bustos, Cabredo, Hardema, Castro Jane, Chan, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Colada, Corvera, Cua, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, De Mapora Mohamed Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad Labad, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquez, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Primicias Agabas, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rillo, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, sa Kaluran Salceda Sally Salo sa Ulog, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chai Teodoro Teves Tieng Tupas, Unabia Velasco Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar Violago, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 170 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 abstentions. House Bill number 11392 is hereby approved on third and final reading. With 173 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill numbers 11361, 11371, 11377, and 11379 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading under the cluster of hospitals, House Bills number 11362 and House Bill number 11406. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and bills and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 11362, 11406, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11362, an act establishing in the municipality of Tubao, province of La Union, a basic comprehensive specialty center to be known as the Tubao Mother and Child Specialty Center, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 11406, an act upgrading the Camarines Norte Provincial Hospital in the municipality of Dait, province of Camarines Norte, into a level 3 general hospital to be known as the Camarines Norte General Hospital, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 11362 and 11406. Abalo Sabante Abunda, Charona Sidre, Ako Padyong, at Vincula Agaraw, Alba Albalno, Almario, Almonte Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Sistio, Taide, Aumentado Balindong, Barba Barbers, Baron de Bascook, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos Billones, Biron, Bolilia Bondok, Mongalon Bordado, Borsita, Boriones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bulot Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kayan Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Sendanya Chan, Chato Chua Changalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada Colianes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba Quaresma Dagoc de Lipe Dalog, Dayang Hirang Daza de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina. Junicio Domingo David, Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emana Enverga Escudero Espares Espina, Estradio de la Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes Frasco, Fresneti Fuentevilla Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin Gazataya Gato, Goed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptari, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta Gico Ginto, Gulius Gutierrez, Eraso Otaman Hernandez, Herrera Horibata Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labadabad Lacson, Lakson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Kaichong, Loyola, Luiso Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Mazeda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisa, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Songchon, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Pardiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pomaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Moldes Ferdinand Martin, Romaldo Sieda Marie, Romaldo Romulo, Roque, Sagdalan, Sagalbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Suarez Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro Teves, Tianco Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yutor, Tio Mario Nabia Ungab Uy, Valeriana Valmayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara Versosa, Villa, Villaferte Lumis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica Villagi Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudvina Grace, Yu, Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 11362 and 11406. Abante Abunda Charon, Advincola Agaraw, Almario Alonte, Alvarez Montelion, Amante Amatong, Angara Arbison, Arenas Bascook, Bautista Lim, Meron Bonok, Bosita Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro Jane, Chan, Co Elizalde, Copilar, Colado Corvero, Cua, Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor de Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Enverga Udela Farinas Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goid Christopher, Goles Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Coriseta Aresco, Taman Hernandez, Oribata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Luisor, Lumayag, Maniquis, Marcoleta, Marina, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Ominal, Lalaso, Padiernos, Paglas Palma, Pascual Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rillo, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salo, Saulug, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Tamayo, Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tamut, Tan Chay, Teodoro Teves, Tiang Tupas Onabia, Velasco Vergara, Versosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva Villar, Violago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudvina Grace, Yudo, Zamora Amparo Maria.
with 175 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill numbers 11362 and 11406 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading, House Bill number 11114. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11114 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11114, an act declaring the immediate environs within the municipality of Bulacan, province of Bulacan, that cover cultural properties, national historical landmarks, shrines, monument sites, and other built heritage properties with notable historical and cultural significance as heritage zone, providing for their restoration, rehabilitation, conservation, and development, and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11114. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acheron, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Orbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Beronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Bulot, Bigdang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Co, Pilar, Coanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, de Gooc, Delipe, Dalog, de Yanghirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Khalid, de Maporo City, Amina, Dionisio Domingo Duavit, Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga, Escudero, Espares Espina, Estrella Udela, Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Go Mark, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Naptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Conghun, Labad Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Lebanon, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nalasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pomaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yadamarie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagorbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally Salimbangon, Salo Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela, Angela Suarez, Taliado Tamayo, Tabunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violaco, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11114. Abante, Abunda, Acheron, Advincula, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Basita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Co Elizalde, Copilar, Colada, Corvera, Cua, Quaresma, de Jesus, Defensor, de Los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goed, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga Gonzalez Sandro, Coriseta Haresco Hataman, Hernandez Horebata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad Labad, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne Lazatin, Lee Lebanan, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquez Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nalasco, Ominal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rillo, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salo, Saulog, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tieng, Tupas, Onabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 175 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill number 11114 is, the Chair declares as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 11408. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11408, an act declaring certain parcels of land of the public domain located in Barangays Berong, Aramayawan, Isugod, Tabon, Malatgao, Kinlogan, and Kalumpang in the Municipality of Quezon, Province of Palawan as agricultural land open to disposition for agricultural, commercial, residential, industrial, or other productive purposes. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11408. Abalo Sabantia, Bunda, Chonon, Nasidre, Ako, Padyong, Advincula, Garaw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Percedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amanti, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Areno, Sargancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Moronda, Basco, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Biliones, Beron, Bolivia, Bondong, Mangalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bolit, Begtan, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayan, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Catcher, Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chu, Washangalao, Angelica, Natasha, Colizade, Copilar, Cojuanco, Jaime, Eduardo Marco, Juanco Mar, Colado, Colianos, Crovera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagok, Delipe, Dalog, Deyang, Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Timoporo, Mohamed Khalid, Timoporo, City Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavido, Hali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emana, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferran Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnetti, Fentidelia, Caleos, Garcia Arbet, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goit, Christopher, Gomar, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Ereso, Tamanat, Hernandez, Herrera, Horebata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanon, Kay Chong, Loyola, Luis, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisa, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Manal, Lalaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juan Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pomaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yada Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sagdalan Sigar Maria, Sakaluran Salceda, Sally Salimbangon Salo, Santos Saulog Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Suwan, Swansing Rasha, Swansing Michael Angela, Suarez Taliado Tamayo Tambuting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Relos Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tamut, Tan Tay, Tan Watko Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yotor, Tio Mario Nabio Ungab Uy, Valeriano Valmir Vargas, Vargas Alfonso Velasco Veloso Tuazon, Vergara versus Sevilla, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva Villar, Villar Suarez, Villarica Viola Gamsuan, Yap Christian Zel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Divina Grace, Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Mena Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 11408. Abante Abunda Charon Vincol Agaraw, Almario Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong Angara, Albison Arenas, Bascook Bautista Lim, Biron Bondok, Posita Busos, Cabredo Cardema, Castro Jane, Chan, Coelizado Copilar, Colado Corvero, Coa Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor de los Santos de Mapora Moad Khalid, Doavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Eclayo Envergayo de la Farinas Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goy Christopher, Goles Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta Ares, Cotaman Hernandez, Soribata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquis, Marcoleta, Marina, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Olmina, Lolaso, Padiernos, Paglas Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, Zagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salo, Solog, Singson, Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michelangela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay Teodoro Teves, Tiang, Tupa, Sonabio, Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Udivina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 172 members voting in affirmative, 0 in negative, and 3 abstentions. House Bill Number 11408, the Chair declares House Bill 11408 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 11373. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill Number 11373, an act restructuring the Energy Regulatory Commission, amending sections 38, 39, 40, 41, 43, 44, and 46, and repealing Section 42 of Republic Act Number 9136, otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 11373. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acheron, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Kino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronde, Bascug, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Bellones, Beron, Bolilla, Bondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bulut, Bigtang.
Mr. Speaker,
What is the pleasure?
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Thank you, Congressman Brosas. Later. Please proceed, Secretary General.
Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Co, Pilar, Coanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colado, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, de Gook, de Lipe, Dalog, de Hirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, de Los Santos, de Mapora, Mohamed Cali, de Mapora City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Dohali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnetti, Fontebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gordiola, Garin, Casataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher Gomar, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Aurelio, Gonzalez, Naptali, Gonzalez, Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Conjun, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sani, Lara, Lazitin, Lee, Legarda, Lebanon, Limkay, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maseda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon,
Mr.
Morcoleta.
Speaker,
Yes, Congressman Manuel of Kabataan, party list.
my vote for the bill is no, and I would like to explain my vote later. Thank you.
Yes, duly noted. Please proceed, Secretary General.
Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nalasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Elohio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yadamari, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdalan sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sally Salimbangon, Salo Santos sa Ulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call, in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11373, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Advincola, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Bosita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Colada, Corvera, Cua, Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor de Los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Yudela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Gato, Ed, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Coriseta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquez, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nalasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salo sa Ulog, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tieng, Tupas, Unabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 170 members voting in affirmative, 4 in negative, 0 abstention. House Bill number 11373 having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List to explain her vote.
Gabriel Party List, Congresswoman Brosas, please proceed, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ang Gabriela Women's Party ay bumoboto ng no sa House Bill number 11373 or ang ERC Reform Bill. Under the proposed measure on top of the yearly appropriations of the Energy Regulatory Commission under the General Appropriations Act, ERC will be allowed to use 50% of its revenue generated on 10% for the augmentation of its capital outlay budget, 60% for the augmentation of its maintenance and other operating expenses, MOOE, 30% to augment its personal service budget. Sa halip na i-remit sa National Treasury, papayagan ng ERC na gamitin ang 50% ng revenue nito. Dagdag pa, laman din ng panukalang batas ang maaaring pag-revise ng allocation para sa capital outlay at MOOE budget. Mr. Speaker, sa tingin ng kinatawang ito, maaaring maabuso ang probisyong ito at mas gamitin pa para sa pansariling interes lamang. Maaaring paglaanan ng mas mataas na revenue ang capital outlay. Maaari ring payagan ng ERC ang paniningil ng mga concessionaire ng ancillary services na maaaring magdagdag pahirap sa mga consumers. Bagamat nagdadagdag ng probisyon para sa pagtutukoy ng ERC sa benchmark ng presyo, hindi pa rin ito kayang diktahan ng actual rates, lalo na kung papasok ito sa sinasabing reasonable benchmark na malamang ay mataas pa rin. Power generation and retail supply remain privatized, and government influence is limited to regulatory oversight, not ownership or pricing control. While the bill enhances oversight, it doesn't mandate pricing reforms that could force generation companies and distributors to lower their rates. Kung susumahin, ang bill na ito ay tila administrative upgrade lamang at hindi structural reform na mapapakinabangan ng mga consumers na pasan-pasan ang napakataas na singil sa kuryente. Mr. Speaker, hanggat nananatili ang pagiging pribado ng kuryente sa bansa at pinagsasamantalahan ng malalaking electric corporation ang mga maliliit na consumers sa pamamagitan ng matataas na singil, laging dehado at kawawa ang taong bayan. Walang tunay na pagbabago. Kaya naman, ang kinakailangan ay ibasura ang EPIRA law at inasyonalisa ang mga batayang serbisyo sa bansa tulad ng kuryente. Without junking EPIRA and putting pricing power back in the hands of the government, this bill may just paint over a broken system. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Brosas of Gabriela Party List. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to explain his vote.
Kabataan Party List, Congressman Raul Daniel Manuel. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ang representasyon na ito ay bumoboto ng no sa House Bill 11373. Naniniwala kami na ang primaryang reforma na kailangang mangyari upang solusyonan ang krisis sa kuryente sa Pilipinas ay ang pagpapawalang bisa sa EPIRA at ang pagnanationalize ng industriya ng kuryente. Labas pa rito, Mr. Speaker, hindi tayo sang-ayon sa mga panukala na i-retain ng ERC ang kalahati sa kanilang revenue at gamitin bilang pansariling budget. Ito ay pera na dapat ginagamit sa mga programa na makakatulong sa taong bayan at dapat mairemit ito. Hindi din tayo sang-ayon na dapat ibahin ang sistema ng kompensasyon para sa chairperson at commissioners ng ERC na nakatapat sa kung ano ang so-called competitive rate sa industriya ng kuryente. Sa ganitong lagay, tila unti-unting hinuhubog ang ERC bilang isang profit-oriented na korporasyon, maghahabol ng kita upang mapayaman ang mga nasa taas nito. Kung may babaguhin sa ERC sa kagyat, ito ay ang marapat na pagkakaroon ng representasyon ng electric consumers sa komisyon at hindi ito binibigyang daan ng House Bill 11373. That is why we vote no to this proposed measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Manuel. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 11044. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill Number 11044, an act rationalizing and strengthening the regulation of cockfighting by local government units, further amending for this purpose Presidential Decree Number 449, otherwise known as the Cockfighting Law of 1974 as amended, and Section 4 of Presidential Decree Number 1802, entitled Creating the Philippine Game Fowl Commission as amended. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 11044. Abalo Sabante, Abunda, Choron, Asidre, Cop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaro, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataydio, Mentado, Balindong, Barbar, Barbers, Baronda, Basco, Bautista, Bautista, Limbernos, Bilianes, Biron, Bililia, Bondok, Mongolon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdon, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Changalao, Angelica, Natasha, Co Elizaldi, Copilar, Cojuanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco Mar, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagok, Delipe, Dalog, Diang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos, Dimaporo Mohammed Cadi, Dimaporo City Amina, Janicio Domingo David Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Cleo Emmanuel Verga, Escudero Espares Espina, Estrella, Udela Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Fer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fendibelli Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin, Gasataya Gato, Goid Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Gico, Ginto, Gulias Gutierrez, Oresco, Taman, Hernandez, Herrero, Ribata, Avier, Co Alga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lili, Garda, Libanan, Kaichon, Loyola, Ruiz, Lumag, Macapagalaroyo, Maceda, Maduro, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Aminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Pardenos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancha, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rilo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eloy, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdo, Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagdanan, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Solon, Suwon, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michelangelo, Suarez, Sot Aliado, Tamayo, Tan Bunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watko, Tariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Utorti, Umali, Nabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Palmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Velasco Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Ligos, Mermon, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarazo Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jason Victoria, Yulo Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration of House Bill Number 11044. Abante, Abunda, Charon, Advincol, Agaro, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Basco, Bautista, Bautista, Limbiron, Bondok, Bosita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Coelizade, Copilar, Colado, Corvera, Cua, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Dimaporo, Mohammed Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Edverga, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goed Christopher, Goles Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Raisco Taman, Hernandez Oribata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labadaba Daxon, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Luis Rolamag, Maniquis, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Matura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Aminal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salo, Saulug, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michelangelo, Tamayo, Tan Keith Michael, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay Teodoro Teves, Tieng, Tupaso Navia, Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
with 155 members voting in the affirmative, 5 in the negative, and 1 abstention. House Bill number 11044, the chair declares as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11253. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11253, an act prohibiting the establishment and operation of cockpits and other structures or facilities for holding cockfights within a radius of 500 lineal meters from any existing residential or commercial area, schools and other educational institutions, church buildings and other places of worship, and hospitals, and providing penalties for violations thereof. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11253. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincol, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Matong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Kino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba Barbers, Baronda Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Bellones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bongalon, Verdado, Posita, Briones, Process, Buhain, Bulot Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jean, Celeste, Sandania, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Con, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Coanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma de Goc, de Lipe, Dalog, de Yanghirang, Daza de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar de los Santos, de Mapora, Mohamed Kali, de Mapora City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Green, Casataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher Gomar, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Naptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Vico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Konghun, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Loyola, Luis Tron, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrana, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nalasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Moncholo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, sa Ulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Daliada, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, Tio, Omali, Onabio, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11253. Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Advincula, Agarao, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondoc, Bosita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Colado, Corvera, Cua, Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, de Mapora, Mohamed Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Yudela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Gato, Goed, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Santro, Goriseta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Oribata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Lebanan, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquez, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nalasco, Ominal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama Reyes, Rillo Romero, Roque, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salos, sa Ulog, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambu, Tan Chay, Teodoro Teves, Tieng, Tupas, Onabio, We have Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferti, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu, Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 165 or 165 members voting in affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill 1125, the Chair declares as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11254. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11254, an act prohibiting any activity related to online cockfighting or e-sabong operations and providing penalties for violation thereof. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11254. Abalo Sabante Abunda Charon, Nasidre Ako Padyong Advincula Agaraw Alba, Albano Almario Almonte Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong Ang Angara Aquino, Kinabagsaysay Arbison, Arena Sarugansya Asisio Atay de Aumentado, Balindong Barbara Barbers, Baronda Basco Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolivia Bondok, Mogalon Bordado, Bosita Briones, Rosas, Buhayin, Bulit Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Kagaskayin, Uy, Calderon, Calixto Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chongalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Coledo Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Kua, Quaresma, Dagok, Delipe Dalog, Del Hirang, Daza, Desus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dima Poro Muhammad Kari, Dima Poro City Amina, Junicio Domingo David, Dohalio Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano, and Vargas Escudero, Espares Espina, Estrella Udela Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Mali, Flores Fortes, Frasco Fresnetti, Fontebella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Danting, Garcia Jose Artur, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin de Sataya Gato, Christopher Go Mark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptari, Gonzalez Sandro, Coriseto Gico Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Aresco Ataman Hernandez, Herrera, Orbata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Punghun, Labadabad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Kaichong, Loyola, Luis Rumayag, Makapagalaroyo, Maceda Madrona, Magsina Malapitan, Mga Wang Manikis, Manuel Maranyon, Marcoleta Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marina Marquez Martinez, Mastura Matibag Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisa, Nograles, Nograles, San Mario, Nolasco, Minal, Olaso, Olivares, Songchon, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduana, Paglas, Palma, Panarigan, Pancho, Panotis, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Permisia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Rimulya, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rili, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eurohio, Rodriguez, Ufos, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yede Marie, Romualdo Romulo, Roque Sagdalan, Secretario sa Kaluran Salceda, Sally Salimbangon, Salo Santos, Saulog Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Suarez Taliato, Tamay, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco Tariela, Teodoro Tieves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutor, T. Umali Unabi Ungab Uy, Valeriano Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa Villa, Villafuerte Luis Maymon, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villares Suarez, Villarica, Villago Yamsuan, Yep Christiantel, Yep Christopherson, Yep Edvic, Yep Eric, Udivina Grace, Eugene Victoria Yulo, Zamaran para Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11254. Abante Abunda Chanon Advincal Agrao, Almario Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong Angar Arbison Arenas Vasco Bautista, Bautista Lim, Meron Bodok Bositas, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Casio Jane, Chan, Co Elizade, Copilar, Colada, Colvera, Cuacuares Madesus, Defensor de los Santos, Timoporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavid, Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Dian Policleo, and Varga Udela Farinas Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goit Christopher, Golis Gonzaga Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta Resco, Taman Hernandez, Oribata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Dabadabat, Lacson, Lagun Daphne, Lazatin, D, Libanan, Loyola Luis Lumayag Maniquis, Marcoleta Marino, Martinez, Mastura Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco Amino, Lolasco Adiernos, Paglas Palma, Pascual Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama Reyes, Ridio Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacaduran Salceda, Sali Salo, Saulug, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael, Angela Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay Teodoro Chavez, Jeng Chupas, Monabia Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Villafer de Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap, Edvic, Yev, Eric, Udvina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 162 members voting in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, and 0 abstention, the chair declares House Bill 11254 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11359. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11359, an act providing for a comprehensive and responsive civil registration and vital statistics system. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11359. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Beronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Bellones, Beron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulat, Bigtang, Bustas, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandania, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Wangco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Wangco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua Quaresma de Gooc, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, de Los Santos, de Mapor Mohamed Kali, de Mapor City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonia, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fontebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gordiola, Garin, Casataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Aurelio, Gonzalez, Neptali, Gonzalez, Sandro, Gurseta, Guico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Jerez, Cohataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad, Lacson, Nawa, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lizatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Almario, Nalasco, Omenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicios, Agabas, Pomaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Trillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Elohio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdo Zeta Marie, Romualdo, Romulo Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Daliado Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tantambut, Tanchay, Tanwatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Sutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11359. Abante, Abunda, Charon, Advincola, Agarao, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Basita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Coalizaldi, Copilar, Colado, Corvera, Cua, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Temaporo, Mohamed Kali, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Dian, Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Gato, Good, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Gurseta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Aribata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Lebanon, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquez, Marcoleta, Marina, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Julio Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salcera, Sally, Salo, Sa Ulog, Singson, Ronald, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Michaela, Angela, Tamayo, Tan, Keith, Micah, Tan, Reynolds, Michael, Tan, Samir, Tan, Stephen James, Tan, Tambut, Tan, Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tiang, Tupas, Onabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 174 members voting in affirmative, 0 in negative, and 0 abstention. The chair declares House Bill number 11359 as having been approved on the third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11372. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11372, an act strengthening the mechanism for land use development and infrastructure planning and budgeting for state universities and colleges, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11396, otherwise known as the SUC's Land Use Development and Infrastructure Plan Act, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11372. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincola, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysar, Abison, Arena, Sargancia, Sitio, Taide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barbara Barbers, Baronda Basco, Bautista Lim, Bernas Billones, Biron Bodilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kayan, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Changalao, College, Angelica, Natasha, Co Elizalde, Copilar, Cojuanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco, Mark, Colado, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagok, Deribe, Dalag, Deang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Nimaporo, Mohamed Khalid, Nimaporo, City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavi, Dohali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin Gisataya Gato, Go with Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Naptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Coriseta, Kiko Ginto, Galias Gutierrez, Aresco Ataman, Hernandez Herrero, Rebata Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Kay Chong, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel,
Sir
Maranyon.
Speaker,
Yes, Congressman Kabataan Party List Manuel.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no to the House bill and I would like to explain my vote later.
Thank you. Duly noted. Please proceed.
Marañon, Marcoleta Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Aminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza Pleito, Permisia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yadamari, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sagdalan, Sagalbaria, Sagalurun, Salceda, Sali, Salimba Gonzalo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwon, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tamunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Michael, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco Tariada, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, 2 for Erwin, 2 for Jocelyn, 2 for Ralph Wendell, 2 Pasitor, Tio Madio, Navia Ungab, Uy Valeriano, Vagmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Villasotuazon, Vergara, Versoso, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Ruiz, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villalago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Udivina Grace, Eugel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Paro Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11372. Abante Abunda Charon, Advinco Agrao, Almari Alonte Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong Agara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascook, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron Bondok, Busita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Coelizaldi, Copilar, Colado, Covero, Corres Badesos, Defensor de los Santos, Timoporo, Mamad Khalid, Duavid, Dohari, Duterte, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Udela, Farins, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goed Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta Resco, Taman, Hernandez, Rebata Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Luisa Lumayag, Maniquis, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Ramirez, Rillo, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacalurun, Salceda, Sali, Salo, Saulug, Singson, Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Michael, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tiang, Tupa, Sonabio, Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Udvina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 172 members voting in affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill, the Chair declares House Bill 11372 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to explain his.
Representative Manuel, please proceed, sir.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Bumuboto po ng no ang representasyon na ito dahil ang Land Use Development and Infrastructure Planning o LUDIP sa ating mga state universities and colleges o SUCs, batay sa kasaysayan ng pagpapatupad nito, ay walang naidulot na pangmatagalang kabutihan para sa ating SUCs. Lalo lamang nitong binukas ang mga pamantasan para sa malalaking negosyo na gustong pasukin at gawing komersyalisado ang iba't ibang serbisyo sa loob ng ating mga educational institutions. Sa Universidad ng Pilipinas Diliman, halimbawa, mula noong magkaroon ng LUDIP, lalong lumala lamang ang mga banta ng demolisyon sa mga komunidad na matagal nang naninirahan sa lupang kinatatayuan ng UP. Wala pang malinaw na plano sa kung saan sila makakalipat kung matuloy ang demolisyon ng kanilang mga tahanan. Dagdag pa rito, Mr. Speaker, pinalakas ng LUDIP ang loob ng mga administrasyon ng pamantasan na patuloy na magpapasok ng malalaking negosyo sa pamamagitan ng mga mall na pinatayo sa lupain ng UP habang pinapalayas ang mga maliliit na manininda na matagal ng bahagi ng kanilang komunidad. Dahil sa mga nabanggit, hindi po strengthening ang kailangan natin sa LUDIP, kundi tuluyang pagpapalit sa pulisiyang ito. Yun lamang, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat, Congressman Manuel. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11375. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11375, an act promoting investments in low-carbon economy, establishing for this purpose a carbon emission pricing framework and implementation mechanism to achieve low-carbon and climate-resilient economic development. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11375. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Kino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentada, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronde, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Juanco Mark, Colara, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Hua, Quaresma, de Gook, de Lipe, Dalog, de Hirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, de Mapor Mohamed Kali, de Mapor City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Fer Antonio, Fer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentepella, Galeas, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gordiola Garin, Gasataya, Gato Goet, Christopher Gomar, Coles, Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Naphtali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horebata, Javier, Ko, Olga, Ko, Ricardo, Ko, Wilton, Konghun, Labat-Labat, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lezitin, Lee, Legarda, Lebanon, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Congressman Manuel.
Mr. Speaker, this is another bill where I have to vote no as a youth representative, and I'd like to explain my vote later.
Duly noted, Congressman Manuel. Please proceed, Secretary General.
Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nalasco, Omenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano, Dizon, Padiernas, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pomarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Elohio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yada Marie, Romualdo, Romualdo Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela Suarez, Taliado Tamayat, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Chanco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11375. Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Advincula, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Bosita, Bustos Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Coalizaldi, Copilar, Colata, Corvera, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Emapor, Mohamed Khalid, Duavit, Dohali, Duterte, Difo, Sina, Michael Carlos, Dian, Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Goriseta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Lebanon, Loyola, Luis, Lumaig, Maniquez, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas. Mercado Revilla, Morden, Negrales, Almario, Nolasco, Oaminal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rillo, Romero, Roque, sa Garbaria, sa Calduran, Salcera, Sally, Salo, sa Ulog, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tieng, Tupas, Unabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu, Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 172 members voting in affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstention, the Chair declares House Bill 11375 as having been approved in the third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to explain his vote.
Kabataan Party List, Congressman Manuel, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This youth representation votes no to House Bill 11375, which aims to implement a carbon emission pricing framework to supposedly achieve low-carbon economic development. Boboto tayo ng no dahil naniniwala tayo na hindi lamang ang pag-disincentivize ang kailangan para makamit ang low-carbon economy, kundi mas maigpit na regulasyon. Environmental groups na ang nagsasabi na hindi carbon emission pricing ang kailangan natin dahil isa lang itong sistema na kumbaga ay name your price para sa mga malalaking negosyo na napakataas na ng carbon emissions. Imbes na ma-disincentivize ang mga negosyong ito, natutukoy lang nila kung magkano ang kailangan ibayad para makakuha ng all-access pass sa pagpapatuloy ng carbon emissions nila na mapaminsala sa kalikasan. Panghuli, para matugunan ang krisis sa klima na kinakaharap natin ngayon, hindi carbon emission pricing ang kailangan natin, kundi ang just transition patungong renewable energy. Yan lamang, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Manuel, Kabataan Party List. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11376. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11376, an act providing for a 200 pesos daily wage increase for minimum wage workers in the private sector. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11376. Abalos, Abantia, Abunda, Acharon, Nasidre, Ako, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amantia Matong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barbers, Baronda, Basco, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolivia, Bondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Duly noted, Congressman Brosas of Gabriela Party List. Please proceed, Secretary General.
Buhain, Bullet Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayan Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Carey, Castro, France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya Chan.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Akbayan, Honorable our Congressman Percy, Sendanya.
My vote is a heartfelt yes, and I'd like to explain my vote later.
Duly noted, Akbayan Party List, Congressman Percy Sendanya. Secretary General, please proceed.
Chan, Chato, Chua, Changalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mar, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada Colianes Corvera, Cruz Amborosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba Quaresma Dagok, Delipe Dalog, De Yang Hirangdaza de Jesus, De Venecia Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kadi, Dimaporo City Amina, Junicia Domingo David Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares Espina, Estrella Yudela Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco, Fresnedi Fendebel de Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gardio de Garinga Sataya Gato, Goet Christopher Go Mark, Goldes Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Soler, Gonzalez Neptori, Gonzalez Sandro, Garcia Tagico Ginto, Gullius Nutierrez, Aresco, Ataman Hernandez, Herrera, Orbata Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Ko Hunda, Badabad Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanel, Kaichong, Loyola, Luis, Lumayag, Makapagalaroyo, Maceda, Madura, na Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Tibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo Morden, Navanisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Wamina, Lolaso, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panalian, Pancha, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Permisia, Sagabas, Pamarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehen, Sharimulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robles.
Speaker, my vote is yes, and I would like to explain my vote.
Yes, from the gentleman of Cavite, Congressman Revilla. Duly noted, sir. Please proceed, Secretary General and author.
Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robles, Rodriguez, Soloyo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdalan, Secretaria Sacalor, Salceda, Salis, Rimango, Salo Santos, Saulog Silverio, Singson Michelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Salon Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Suarez Taliado, Tamay, Tan Bunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Michael, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tamut, Tan Chay, Tan Wadig Carrielia, Teodoro Tieves, Tiangco Tiang, Tolentino, Tufo Irwin, Tufo Jocelyn, Tufo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Utorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Valeriano, Valmayor Vargas, Vargas Alfondo, Velasco, Veloso Tuazan, Vergara, Versosa Villa, Villafrete Luis Raymond, Villafrete Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yam Suwan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Eudwina Grace, Eugene Victoria, Yulo Zamora Para Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration of House Bill Number 11376. Amanti Abunda Charana Vincol Agalao Almario Alonte Alvarez Santaleon, Amanti Amatong Angara Arbison Arenas, Bascook Bautista Bautista Biron Bondok, Bosita Bustos Cabredo Cardema Castro Jane, Chan Co Elizalde, Copilar, Colado Colvera Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Dimoporo Muhammad Kadi, Duavid, Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Icleo, Enverga Yudela Farinas Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goet Christopher, Goles Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Garcia Tares, Cotaman Hernandez, Oribata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labadaba Daxon, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin Lee, Libana, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Maniquis, Marcoleta, Marino Martinez, Masuro Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Alminal, Lolaso, Padiernos, Paglas Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roques, Garbaria, Sacadoran, Salceda, Sali, Salo, Saulug, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tanbut, Tan Chay, Teodoro Teves, Tieng, Tupas, Bonabia, Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Villafrede, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudvina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo, Maria.
Mr. Speaker, may I know how my vote was recorded?
We're still counting, Congressman, and we will update you right away. Congressman Manuel of Kabataan Party List. Secretary General. Mag-insay ka. Sobrang excited. It's a yes, Congressman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to explain my vote later.
Duly noted, Congressman Manuel. Secretary General. very historic. With 171 members voting in affirmative, 1 in negative, and 0 abstention, that the chair declares House Bill number 11376, an act providing for 200 pesos daily wage increase for the minimum wage workers in the private sector as having been approved on third reading. Maraming salamat po. Daghang salamat. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge Representative Erlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List to explain her vote.
Gabriela Party List, Arlene Rosas, you may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this representation votes yes with reservation to House Bill number 11376, which adds 200 pesos to the daily minimum wage of private sector workers. Matagal nang ipinaglalaban ng Gabriela Women's Party kasama ang iba't ibang unyon at organisasyon ng mga manggagawa ang batas na magtataas ng minimum wage ng mga manggagawang Pilipino. Sa ilalim ng 19th Congress, naghain noong 2022 ang representasyon na ito ng panukalang batas sa ilalim ng House Bill number 7568 ng 750 pesos across the board wage increase para abutin ang 1,200 pesos na nakabubuhay na sahod. Sinusulong ng Gabriela Women's Party ang 750 pesos na dagdag sahod base sa family living wage, which is defined by the National Wages and Productivity Commission as the amount of family income needed to provide for the family's food and non-food expenditures with sufficient allowance for savings, investments for Social Security so as to enable the family to live and maintain a decente at standard of human existence beyond mere subsistence level, taking into account all of the family's physiological, social, and other needs. Base sa datos ng Ibon Foundation, ang kinakailang family living wage ng pamilya sa may limang miyembro as of March 2025 ay 1,225 pesos, habang ang average wage sa Pilipinas ay 470 pesos lamang. This means the current average wage in the country is glaringly insufficient for families to sustain and afford adequate food, shelter, and other basic necessities while still being able to have savings. Kailangan ng bawat Pilipino ang sahod na hindi lang nakakatustos sa pang-araw-araw nilang pangangailangan, kundi sahod na makapag-aangat ng kalidad ng kanilang pamumuhay. It has been 36 years since the last legislated minimum wage was approved. Now is the time to finally break the long years of legislative inaction. Panahon na para tuldukan ang 36 taon na pagkakait ng legislated wage increase sa mga manggagawa. Bagamat kapos ang 200 pesos na aumento para abutin ang nakabubuhay na sahod, signifikanteng hakbang na ang pagpasa nito para iusad ang usapin ng sahod sa bulwagang ito. Kailangang ituloy-tuloy ang pagpasa dito hanggang pirmahan ito ng Pangulo. Kasama ang mga manggagawa, magbabantay ng mahigpit ang Gabriela Women's Party. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Congressperson Arlene Rosas of Gabriela Party List and author of the said bill. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge Representative Percival Sardania of Akbayan Party List to explain his vote.
Akbayan Party List Percival Sardania, you have the floor, sir. Please proceed.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Bilang kinatawan ng Akbayan Party List, nais ko ipahayag ang buong pusong pagsuporta sa panukalang 200 peso minimum wage increase. Ang botong yes ay salbabida para sa manggagawang nalulunod sa taas ng presyo ng bilihin, taas ng presyo ng petrolyo, taas ng presyo ng tubig, at taas ng presyo ng kuryente. Ang botong yes ay isang malaking good job para sa tiyaga at sakripisyo ng ating workforce. Dahil sila ang naging susi sa 5.4 GDP growth ng ating bansa noong 2024. Ang botong yes ay isang mahalagang unang hakbang sa halos 40 taong pakikibaka ng mga unionista at manggagawang Pilipino para sa livable wage. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, ang botong yes to the 200 peso minimum wage increase ay para sa bawat manggagawang Pilipino at kanilang mga pamilya na nagsisikap, nangangarap, at umaasang makatikim ng konting ginhawa. Mabuhay ang uring manggagawa. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Mabuhay ka, Akbayan Party List, Indanya. Maraming salamat. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to explain his vote.
Kabataan Party List, Raul Manuel. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bumoboto ng yes, bagamat may ilang reservations dun sa House Bill 11376 na sa kabutihang palad ay magsasabatas ng 200 pesos na minimum wage increase across the board para sa mga manggagawa sa ating bansa. Yes, dahil panahon na para sa dagdag sahod na matagal ng panawagan ng ating mga manggagawa, lalo na ng mga kabataang manggagawa na kadalasan ay minamaliit at nasasatabi, kaya dapat lang daw na mababa ang kanilang sahod. Habang umaaray ang mga manggagawa sa pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin na nanatiling barat ang pasweldo sa kanila. Kaya ang pagsasabatas ng wage increase na ito, the first in 36 years, if I may emphasize, ay hakbang pasulong sa laban ng ating mga manggagawa para sa nakabubuhay na sahod. Subalit may reservations ang ating boto dahil nanghihinayang pa rin ang kabataan sa labis na kakulangan ng dagdag sahod na ito. Ayon sa think tank na Ibon Foundation, ang average family living wage o sahod na kinakailangan para bumuhay ng isang pamilya ay nasa 1,225 pesos na as of March 2025. Kumpara sa minimum wage ng National Capital Region na 645 pesos, halos doble pa ang kailangan ng mga manggagawa. Paano pa kaya sa ibang rehiyon na umaabot lamang ng 361 pesos o 395 pesos ang minimum wage? Hindi naman gaanong nagkakaiba ang cost of living sa buong bansa. In fact, raising wages to a unified national rate that's enough for basic decent living is a component of spurring development across regions. To end, Mr. Speaker, we call on our fellow members of the House to continue supporting this 200 peso wage increase until it is enacted into law. Ngunit lagpas pa rito, ang panata ng kabataan ay patuloy nating ipaglalaban ang tunay na nakabubuhay na sahod sa buong bansa. Sulong tayo tungo sa 1,200 national minimum wage across the board. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Kabataan Party List Raul Manuel. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Jolo Revilla of the 1st District of Cavite to explain his vote.
Gentleman from the 1st District of Cavite and author, Congressman Ramon Jolo Revilla, you're recognized, sir.
Mr. Speaker, nagpapasalamat po muna tayo kay Speaker Martin Romualdez at sa ating mga kasamahan sa mababang kapulungan ng Kongreso sa pagpasa ng panukalang batas na magpapataas ng sahod sa ating mga minimum wage workers. Napakalaking tagumpay nito sa ating mga manggagawa sapagkat malaking tulong ito sa kanilang pang-araw-araw na gastusin at sa pagpapataas ng antas ng kanilang pamumuhay. Noon pa man, ay isinulong po natin ang pagtaas ng sweldo at nadama ito ng ating mga kababayang Caviteño at ng Calabarzon Region. Katuwang ang Regional Tripartite Wages and Productivity Board, Dole Region 4A, sa pamamagitan ng wage forums na nilahukan ng mga manggagawa mula sa pribadong sektor, 6 na beses nating naitaas ang sahod ng mga manggagawa sa rehiyon mula noong ako'y vice-gobernador hanggang sa maupo sa aking unang termino bilang kinatawan ng unang distrito ng lalawigan ng Cavite. Ang Calabarzon ay isa sa may mga malalaking nakaambag sa ating GDP. Kaya noong napagtagumpayan ang wage hike sa rehiyong Region 4A, ikinatuwa po ito ng maraming manggagawa. Kaisa ako ng mga manggagawang Pilipino Ramdam ko ang kanilang hinaing sa aming distrito na kung saan ay may malawak na bilang ng mga nagtatrabaho sa mga pabrika at malalaking kumpanya. Karamihan sa kanila ay isang kahig, isang tuka. Pilit na pinagkakasya ang kanilang arawang sahod, ngunit sa pagkain at pamasahe pa lamang ay ubos na. Kaya naman, talagang nagagalak po ako at isang karangalan para sa akin na naisulong natin ang taas sweldo na matatamasa naman ngayon ng lahat ng Pilipinong minimum wage earners. Ang patuloy at hindi mapigilang pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin ay isa lamang sa mga rason kung bakit ito'y napapatahon. The last legislated wage hike was enacted more than 3 decades. And thus, the implementation of this measure will be a legacy for us, members of the 19th Congress. Headed by our Speaker, Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, the Speaker of the People, ito po ay umpisa pa lamang ng pagkamit at pagtupad ng matagal na nating pangarap para maitaas ang antas ng pamumuhay ng ating mga kababayan. Sisiguraduhin nating patuloy na matutugunan ang bawat karapatan, pangangailangan at kaginhawaan ng manggagawang Pilipino. Maraming salamat at tuloy ang laban para sa ating mga manggagawa.
Maraming salamat, First District Congressman and author Ramon Jolo Revilla. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Judah Sidre of Tingog Party List to explain his vote.
Congressperson Jude A. Sidre of Tingog Party List. You may proceed, Congressman.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, Tingog Party List voted yes to House Bill 11376 because our minimum wage earners deserve better. Prices keep going up, food, rent, gasoline, even basic school supplies, but wages barely move. That is not fair. Families are working harder just to survive, not to live better. This 200 wage increase is not just about numbers. It's about dignity. It's about giving our workers a little more breathing room. It's making sure that if you work hard, you should be able to feed your family, send your kids to school, and live a decent life. Some say it will hurt businesses. But I believe when we take care of our workers, we're actually helping businesses in the long run. More income means more spending. More spending means more economic activity. So yes, I voted yes because no one working full-time should still be going hungry. It's time that we give our workers what they rightly deserve. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Tingog Party List, Congressman Jude Asidre. Majority Leader.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Diaz Mendoza to explain his vote.
The Honorable Mendoza is recognized.
Iti ng tagumpay. Thank you, Akbayan Party List. Percy, Danya, and of course, my colleagues. This time, the manggagawang Pilipino, panalo. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, mga kababayan, maayong hapon kanyang tanan. May first acknowledge members of the UCP informal sector at the gallery. Maayong magandang hapon sa likod ko. Para sa inyo. Mr. Speaker, today, the House of Representatives proved that it is truly the house of the people. TUCP founder Kakito, Attorney Democrito Mendoza, in his book, wrote, and he said in that book, that TUCP once more again thrust into the limelight during the 1989 campaign for higher minimum wage, leading the charge in successfully pushing Congress to pass 25 pesos wage hike at that time. Now, 36 years later, we carry on the struggle and make history once more by passing House Bill 11376, providing for a 200 peso daily minimum wage increase, authored by, of course, TUCP and my colleagues, the first ever legislated wage hike in nearly 4 decades, lifting over 5 million minimum wage earners out of poverty and giving them a fighting chance at a life of dignity and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, for 16 long years, I have stood in these hallowed halls, fighting as a labor leader and a lawmaker who carried with me hopes of every struggling worker. There were even times when I felt frustrated, a voice in the wilderness, but we kept the faith. Under the leadership of House Speaker Ferdinand Martin Gomez Romualdez, who stood with us in this long, hard struggle and accomplished what no other speaker in the past 36 years has dared to do. We are righting the historic wrong of barya-barya from broken regional wage boards. So how do you expect our kababayans to survive? In Metro Manila, 645 pesos. In Cebu, 501 pesos. In Cotabato, my home province, 430 pesos. Or heartbreaking as it is, in Bangsamoro, a mere 361 pesos. Dear colleagues, our approval of the 200 pesos wage increase comes at the critical time. Again, Kakito, my father, strongly believed that if you have people behind your campaign, believe me, the fight is already won. In the latest May 2025 Social Weather SWS survey shows that 95% of our people believe that the House of Representatives should prioritize increasing minimum wages, improving workers' purchasing power. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, everyone wins in this 200 wage hike, not only in our minimum wage earners, but our vendors, drivers, countless workers in a larger informal economy. We will also feel the positive impact of wage hike when the minimum wage earners finally have higher take-home pay. They spend it in their local stores, public transportations, markets. Higher wages fuel more spending, strengthen businesses, and create more and better jobs. In the last wage hike, so they say in 1989, there were once implemented way back in 1989, there were no inflation, no unemployment, and no closure of business. Mr. Speaker, and esteemed colleagues, we can only build a bagong Pilipinas if no one, especially us workers, is left behind. Together, let us make history and secure this victory for every Filipino worker and their families, not only as the house of the people, but as the house of the workers. Daghang salamat, especially to my colleagues in the House. Salamat kaayo, Representative Cavite, Jolo Revilla, the author, the Makabayan Blocks, Representative Gabriela, Congressperson Arlene Brosas, ma'am, salamat kayo. ACT teachers, Franz Castro, Raul Manuel of the Kabataan Party List, Buhay ka. Akbayan Representative Percival Tendania, you made it. Nasali tayo dito. Kasama ka. And of course, my wiser counterpart from labor to the management, who created wisdom in several of our House Committee hearings. Baguio Congressman Mark Go. Our counterparts in the Senate, led by then Senate President Zubiri, Miggs, Senator Bong Revilla, as well as my brothers and sisters in the National Wage Coalition, composed of the PMP, KMU, Nagkaisa, and TUCP. And most especially, mas importante, ang Tingog Party List, walang iba, Jude Asidre. Special mention. Pero lahat kayo, we did it. Sa inyong suporta para sa ipanalo ang manggagawang Pilipino. Dagang salamat, mabuhay ang manggagawang Pilipino. Salamat! Salamat, Speaker! Salamat, Kongreso!
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Mendoza, and congratulations, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, would like to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to
Session resume. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Minority Leader Marcelino Libanan for his manifestation.
Our esteemed Minority Leader of the 4-piece party list, please proceed, sir.
Maraming pong salamat, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, ako po'y bumoto ng yes sa House Bill number 11376, which is a bill, an act providing for a 200 pesos daily wage increase for minimum wage workers in the private sector. At ito po'y napakahalagang batas at nagpapasalamat po ako sa ating Deputy Speaker Mendoza sa kanyang advokasya nito. Alam ko po na ito po ang kanyang pinakamahalagang piece of legislation sa 19th Congress. At lalo na rin po sa ating chairman ng Committee on Labor and Employment, si Congressman Fidel Nograles. Nagpapasalamat din po ako sa pagsisikap ng ating committee ito. At mga kasamahan ko po dito sa Kongreso, ang tayo po ng minority leader dito ay nagpapakita na ang minority or minority leader ay hindi ang trabaho ay mag-oppose lang. Pwede po sumang-ayon. Sa pagkakataon po pong ito, ay sumasang-ayon po kami sa napakahalagang piece of legislation na ito. At ako po'y tumatayo sa harap ninyo ngayon, hindi lamang bilang isang lingkod bayan, kundi bilang kapwa Pilipino nakikita ang araw-araw na paghihirap ng ating mga manggagawa mula sa pagpasok sa trabaho habang madilim pa hanggang sa pagbalik sa tahanan na pagod at kulang pa rin ang kita. Ang current minimum wage is no longer enough to support the basic needs of the ordinary Filipino family. Sa harap ng pagtaas ng mga presyo at bilihin, pamasahe, kuryente, at iba pang batayang serbisyo, ang sahod ng ating mga manggagawa ay tila nananatiling nakaangkla sa isang panahong matagal nang lumipas. At Mr. Speaker, ang party list po na aking nirepresenta, 4Ps, pagtibayin at palaguin ang pangkabuhayang Pilipino. Ito na po yun. Mapapatibay natin at mapapalago natin ang pangkabuhayang Pilipino sa paraan ng pagpataas ng kanilang sahod ng 200 pesos daily wage. Marami pong salamat at mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Daghang salamat, most especially 4-piece party list Minority Leader Libanan, for your kind words, sir. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11393. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and therefore to call the roll for nominal vote.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11393, an act strengthening the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy by renaming it as the Philippine National Maritime Academy, expanding its mandate, curricular offerings, and the composition of the governing board, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11393. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atay de Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baron de Bascud, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Prosas, Buhain, Bulot Bigtang, Bustos Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cadi, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Coanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, de Gooc, Delipe, Dalog, de Hirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, de Los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Khalid, de Maporo City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Dohali, Duterte, Difo, Sino, Ino, Difo, Sino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emana, Enverga, Escudero, Esparis, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeas, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Gordiola, Green, Casataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomar, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Aurelia, Gonzalez, Naptali, Gonzalez, Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Kung Hun, Kalabad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagonsani, Lara, Lezatin, Lee, Legarda, Lebanon, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano, Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Batugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarberia, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangan, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambuting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Taradiela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarazas Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11393. Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Advincola, Agarao, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Busita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro Jane, Chan, Co Elizalde, Copilar, Colado, Corvera, Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Yudela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Gato, Ed Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labat-Labat, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquez, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado, Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, Sagarberia, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salo, Saulog, Singson Ronald, Sonsing Horacio, Sonsing Michaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Chay, Teodora, Teves, Tiang, Tupas, Unabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 173 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill number 11393 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11394. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11394 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11394, an act mainstreaming the use of bamboo as a sustainable material for the built environment. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11394. Abalos Abante, Abunda, Chorona, Sidri, Ako, Padyong, Advincola, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amotong, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Erbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atay, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Maronda, Basco, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Bilyones, Biron, Bolida, Bondok, Mugalon, Bordado, Borsita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayan, Uwe, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Shangalao, Ko Angelica, Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco, Jaime, Eduardo Marco, Juanco, Mark, Colado Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Coa Cores Madagok, de Libe Dalog, de Yanghirang Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos, de Maporo Muhammad Khalid, de Maporo Siti Amina, Dionisio Domingo, David Dohaldi, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga, Escudero Espares Espina, Estrella Yudela Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Torres Fortes Frasco, Fresnedo Fendebele Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin, Gasataya Gato, Goed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Coriseta Gico Ginto, Gulias Gutierrez, Harris Cotaman Hernandez, Herrero, Ribate Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Kong Hon, Labadabad, Lacson, Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luisa Lumayang, Macapagal-Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastoro, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisa, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Minal, Olaso, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Andison, Padierna, Paduanos, Paglas Palma, Panaligan Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel, Plaza Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pomaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes Rilio, Rivera Robes, Rodriguez Yuloy, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sagdana sa Garbari, sa Calurón Salceda, Sali Salimbangon, Salo Santos, Saulig Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Solon Suwon, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez Tagliado, Tamayo, Tamuting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambutan Chay, Tan Wadut Cariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco Tiang, Tolentino Tulfo, Erwin Tulfo, Jocelyn Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, Tupas Utorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Palmayor Vargas, Alfonso Velasco, Veloso, Tucazon, Vergara, Verso, Sevilla, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica Violago Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Udivina Grace, Yu Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 11394. Abandi Abunda, Choron Advinco, Agrao, Almario Alonte, Alvarez Montalyon, Amante Amatong Angarario, Sonarenas, Basco, Bautista Lim, Miron Bondok, Bosita Busos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane Chan, Co Elizalde, Copilar, Colado, Covera, Cores Madesos, Defensor de los Santos, Nimapora, Muhammad Kadi, David Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga Yudela Farinas Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goed Christopher, Goles Gonzaga Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta Resco Taman Hernandez, Oribata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad, Lacson, Dagon Daphne, Lazatin Lee, Loyola Ruiz, Lumayag, Maniquis, Marcoleta, Marina Martinez, Masdoro Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Minal, Olaso, Padiernas, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, Garbaria, Sacalurón, Salceda, Salo, Saulug, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay Teodoro Teves, Tiang Tupa, Sonapio Velasco, Vergara Versosa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villanueva Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Udivina Grace, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 176 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention. House Bill Number 11374 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11395. For this purpose, may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 11395 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11395, an act institutionalizing the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations program of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, providing penalties for the violation of certain unlawful acts and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11395. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Kino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Atayde, Aumentada, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baron de Bascul, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilla, Bondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Basita, Briones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bulot, Bigtang, Bustos.
Yes, Honorable Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes with reservation, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Noted. Please continue.
Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Co, Pilar, Co, Wangco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Co, Wangco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuac, Quaresma, De Gooc, Delipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza de Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Maporo, Mohamed Kali, De Maporo City, Amina, Janicio Domingo, Duavit, Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano Enverga, Escudero, Espadas, Espina, Estrella Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neftali, Gonzales Sandro, Garceta, Guico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Conghun, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sunny, Lara, Lazitin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim, Kaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Bakapagal, Arroyo, Masada, Madrona, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikiz, Manuel,
Mr.
Marañon.
Speaker,
Yes, Mr. Honorable Manuel.
I vote yes to the bill, but I have reservations that I would like to explain later. Thank you.
Noted. Please continue.
Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano, Dizan, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicios, Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Moncholo, Reyes, Trillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdo, Zeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salcera, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, sa Ulog, Silverio, Singson, Rochelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Daliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo, Irvin, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaresa, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U, Divina Grace, U, J. Victoria, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11395, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Advincula, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascul, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Beron, Bondok, Bosita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Colada, Corvera, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Kali, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Yudela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Sandro, Garceta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Labat, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Loyola, Luis Romaniquez, Marcoleta, Marina, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Paglas Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Trillo, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salo, Saulog, Singson, Ronald, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Tamayo, Tan, Keith, Micah, Tan, Reynolds, Michael, Tan, Samir, Tan, Stephen, James, Tan, Tambu, Tan, Chai, Teodoro, Teves, Tieng, Tupas, Unabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap, Edvic, Yap, Eric, U, Divina Grace, Yula, Zamora, Amparo, Maria.
With 176 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 11395 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List to explain her vote.
Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized. You have
Thank
3
you,
minutes,
Mr.
please.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this representation votes yes with reservation to the proposed measure that institutionalizes the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations, or AICS program. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that it is the mandate of the state to provide adequate assistance, social services, projects, and programs geared towards alleviating poverty and improving the quality of life of Filipinos, especially the most disadvantaged and marginalized sectors of our country. Hindi natin mapagkakailang marami sa ating mga kababayan ang ramdam na ramdam ang krisis sa ating lipunan. Nananatiling laganap ang kahirapan at kagutuman sa bansa at kamakailan lamang ay nakapagtala ang SWS ng 63% self-rated poverty o mga Pilipinong itinuturing ang kanilang sarili bilang mahirap. Pinakamataas ito sa nagdaang 21 taon. Dumoble rin ang involuntary hunger sa ilalim ng kasalukuyang administrasyon mula 2.9 milyong pamilyang Pilipino noong June 2022 patungong 7.5 milyong pamilyang Pilipino ngayong Marso 2025. Maging ang napakamahal na singil sa mga ospital ay iniinda ng nakararaming Pilipino na malimit na humahantong sa pagkabaon sa utang at tuluyang pagsasantabi sa kanilang kalusugan. Marami sa karaniwang mamamayan ang hindi na makaulit at makaapak sa mga pagamutan dahil natatakot at nakalululang bayarin matapos magpatingin at magpagamot. Ilan lamang ito sa mga itinuturing na persons in crisis situations ng panukalang batas na maaaring makaramdam ng pansamantalang alwan mula sa mga ayuda at iba't ibang forma ng direct assistance na binibigay ng gobyerno. At sa harap ng hindi maampat-ampat na presyo ng mga bilihin at bayarin, mataas na inflation rate, privatisasyon ng mga serbisyo at utilidad gaya ng tubig, kuryente, langis at transportasyon, kabi-kabilang singil sa mamamayan sa forma ng buwis at kontribusyon na kinakaltas sa barya-barya nilang sahod. Malawak ang kawalan ng trabaho at kabuhayan para sa mga Pilipino, the need for an immediate economic relief will always be there. Subalit, Mr. Speaker, this representation is concerned with the actual implementation and facilitation of this program. Hindi natin kinakwestiyon ang pangangailangan ng mga mamamayan para sa agarang tulong at kung bakit patuloy ang pag-asa nila rito. Rather, we are particularly worried about those who are in the position to provide assistance but takes it as an opportunity to forward their personal and political interests. Iyong mga nasa katungkulan na pinupolitika at binabahira ng kulay ang mga ayuda. We've seen in recent years significant changes in our political landscape, mga payout na mayroong naglalakihang muka ng mga politiko at kandidato, pagbibigay ng tulong na hindi na nakabatay sa pangangailangan at pagiging vulnerable sa krisis kundi sa koneksyon sa mismong mga politiko, sa kulay na sinusuportahan at naging mas matingkad dito sa panahon ng halalan at nalaganap ang indirect vote buying sa bihis ng iba't ibang financial at material assistance ng mga tumatakbong kandidato. Mr. Speaker, all of this perpetuate a culture of political patronage and mendicancy, kung saan pinalalaganap ang pag-asa ng mamamayan sa mga politiko para sa mga batayang serbisyo at ipinangangalandakang nagmumula sa kanilang mga tulong at proyekto ng pamahalaan, gayong galing naman mismo ito sa pera ng taong bayan. Huwag sana nating samantalahin ang pangangailangan at vulnerableng kalagayan ng mamamayan para pagsilbihan ng ating pansarili at political na interes. As legislators and as public servants, let us be true to our mandate to put forward measures that will alleviate poverty and address the deepening inequality in our country towards genuinely raising the quality of life of Filipinos. In the end, we look forward to the day when our fellow countrymen will no longer find the need to rely on immediate and temporary assistance, and this is only possible when we prioritize making social services free and accessible, making job opportunities available and secure, and making wages livable. Such will only happen when we start addressing the roots of widespread and systemic inequality in our country. Muli, Mr. Speaker, yes, with reservation, ang boto ng representasyong ito sa panukalang batas na ito. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Rosas. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, would like to recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to explain his vote.
The Honorable Manuel is recognized. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation votes yes with reservations to House Bill number 11395, which aims to institutionalize the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations or AICS program. Naniniwala tayo, Mr. Speaker, na tunay ngang kinakailangan ang pagpapaabot ng tulong sa mga kababayan nating nasa kalagayan ng matinding paghihirap. Anumang alwan na maaari nilang ialay o maaari nating ialay bilang mga public officials sa ating mga kababayan ay bagay na gusto ng mga kabataan at ng kanilang mga pamilya. Subalit, gaya na nakita natin sa mga nagdaang panahon, lalo na kapag papalapit na ang eleksyon, lumaganap ang tinatawag nating ayuda politics o ang pagpapanatili sa isang sistema kung saan kinakailangan pang dumaan sa mga politiko ang ayuda at pinapamahagi lamang para makuha ang utang na loob ng mga benepisyaryo. This becomes an unending cycle rooted in the dependency of the disenfranchised and the parasitism of the powerful. At nais na pong matigil ito ng mga kabataan. We want to end this cycle. Marapat lamang na kung ma-institutionalize ang AICS bilang programa ng gobyerno, ay ma-institutionalize din ang safeguards laban sa pag-abuso rito. Kaya bagamat tayo ay sumasang-ayon sa pangangailangan para sa ayuda programs, ay meron tayong nananatiling mga reservations based on the House bill that we have. That is all, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11400. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11400 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11400, an act expanding the coverage of the senior citizens' privileges and benefits, further amending Republic Act number 7432 as amended, entitled an act to maximize the contribution of senior citizens to nation building, grant benefits and special privileges, and for other purposes. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11400. Abalos, Sabante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sargancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Basco, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Biliones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Mugalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cavagdan, Cardema, Carrie, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sindanya, Chan, Chato, Cho, Chongalao, Congelica, Natasha, Colezaldi, Copilar, Cojuanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco, Mark, Colada, Colianos, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuba, Corres, Medagog, Delipe, Dalog, Deyang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Di Maporo, Muhammad Kadid, Di Maporo, City Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Bavi, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ina, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferran Antonio, Ferrer, Julius Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnete, Fuentebella, Gileos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin, Gasataya Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Gico, Ginto, Gulias Gutierrez, Ares Cotaman, Hernandez Herrera, Orbata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labadabad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin Lee, Ligarda Libanam, Likay Chong, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda Madrona, Magsino, Walapitan, Mangawang Manikis, Manuel. Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Aminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchon, Ordanes, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Rimoldia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohoyo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yade Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbang, Gonzalo Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson, Richelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swaring Sing, Horacio, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamay, Tamunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco Tariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yutor, T. Umali Unabia Ongab, Uy, Valeriano Valmayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuasan, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villar, Suarez, Villarica, Villalago, Yam Suwan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Udvina Grace, U. Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 11400. Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Advincula, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Basco, Bautista, Lim, Meron, Bondok, Bosita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Coel, Lizalde, Copilar, Colado, Colvera, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defendor, De Los Santos, Dimoporo, Muhammad Kadi, Duavid, Duhadi, Duterte, Di Fosino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, De Cleo, and Vergilio de la Farinas, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Mira Angela, Garcia Pablo Jean, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goed, Christopher Golis, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Goriseta, Harez, Cotaman, Hernandez, Oribata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Loyola, Luis, Romanikis, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado, Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Minal, Olaso, Pardenos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salo, Salog, Singson, Ronald, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Michael, Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chai, Teodoro, Teves, Tieng, Tupas, Sonabia, Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villalago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Udvina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 177 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 11400 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill Number 11402. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill Number 11402 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 11402, an act strengthening the competitiveness of the Philippine motor vehicle manufacturing industry. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 11402. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baron de Bascug, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cadi, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Co, Pilar, Coangco, Jaime Eduardo Mar, Coangco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, de Gooc, de Lipe, Dalog, de Hirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, de Los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Kali, de Maporo City, Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavit Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emana Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas Fernandez Fer, Antonio Fer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnendi, Fuentebella, Galeos Garcia, Albert Garcia, Dante Garcia, Jose Arturo Garcia, Maria Angela Garcia, Pablo John Garcia, Vincent, Gordiola, Garin, Casataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomar, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Aurelio, Gonzalez, Neptali, Gonzalez, Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Bullas, Gutierrez, Jerezco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Conghun, Labad, Lacson, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sani, Lara, Lizitin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumaig, Mahapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madron, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel Marañon, Marcoleta.
Yes, Honorable Manuel.
I vote no to the bill at nais kong ipaliwanag ang aking boto mamaya. Salamat.
Noted. Please continue.
Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Lohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Morden, Romualdez, Yada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sali, sa Limbangon, Salo, Santos, sa Ulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Aliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villareza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U, Divina Grace, U, Giselle Victoria, Yula, Zamora, Ampara Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11402, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Advincula, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Busita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Colado, Corvera, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Dimapor, Mohamed Kali, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Goriseta, Jerezco, Hataman, Hernandez, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Labad, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Loyola, Luistro, Meniquez, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado, Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rillo, Romero, Roque, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salo, sa Ulog, Singson, Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambu, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tiang, Tupas, Onabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U, Divina Grace, Julo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 173 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 11402 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to explain his vote.
The Honorable Raul Manuel, please.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. No ang boto ng representasyong ito ng mga kabataan sa House Bill number 11402 dahil nakikita natin ang panganib sa likod ng mistulang magandang layunin ng batas na ito. Bagamat may bahagi ng batas na nagsasabing pulisiya ng Estado ang paghihikayat sa lokal na produksyon ng mga sasakyan, mas nakapanguna ang pagbibigay ng incentives sa mga dayuhang korporasyon para di umano ma-jumpstart ang lokal na produksyon natin. Alam na natin ang mangyayari kapag ganito ang sistema. Papasok ang mga dayuhang korporasyon para mamuhunan sa ating bansa, pero pipiyesa lang ang lilikhain sa ating mga pabrika. Hindi tunay na binibigyang kapasidad ang ating lokal na producer ng sasakyan, kundi pinapanatili ang murang pagpapagawa ng mga bahagi ng ating mga sasakyan, tapos tayo ay pwedeng mag-export ng mga bahagi nito, bubuuin ang mga sasakyan sa ibang bansa, at saka ilalagang ang buong produkto pabalik sa atin. Pwede rin na kunwari ay nagmumukhang tayo ay nagpo-produce ng mga sasakyan pero ang darating sa atin ay tipong i-assemble na lang at galing sa atin yung final product pero hindi natin masasabi na ito talaga ay gawa ng Filipino industries. Kung gusto talaga ng ating pamahalaan na masuportahan ang lokal na produksyon ng mga sasakyan, hindi ito dapat nakadepende sa pamumuhunan primarily ng mga dayuhang korporasyon, kundi direktang susuportahan ng ating lokal na pamahalaan at dapat ay merong matibay na mga pamamaraan para sa ating local vehicle producers. Yun lamang, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel. Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11429. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 11429 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11429, an act establishing a national program for the malunggay industry and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11429. Abalo, Sabante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Magsay, Arbison, Arena, Sarugansha, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barbar, Barbers, Baronda, Basco, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Biliones, Beron, Bolivia, Bondoc, Magalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kain, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sendalia, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chongalao, Angelica, Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Cojuanco, Jaime, Eduardo, Marco, Juanco, Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuba, Juarez, Matagog, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavi, Tuhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di In Paul, Ecleo Emmanuel Enverga Escudero, Espares Espina, Estrella Udelo, Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes, Frasco, Fresnete, Fedebele, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Arturo, Garcia Mirangelo, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin Gisataya Gato Goid Christopher Go Mark Golis Gomez Gonzaga Gonzales Aurelio Gonzales Neptari Gonzales Sandro Guriseta Gico Ginto Gulias Gutierrez Oresco Ataman Hernandez Herrera Horibata Javier Co Olga Co Ricardo Co Wilton Co Hun Dabad Lakson Lakson Noel Lagon Daphne Lagon Sunny Lara Lazatin Lee Ligarda Biliwanan Incaicho Loyola Luis Lumayag Macapagal Arroyo Maceda Madrona Magsino Malapitan Mangawang Maniquis Manuel Marañon Marcoleta Marcos Mariano Hernandez Marina Marquez Martinez Mastura Matibag Matugas Mendoza Mercado Mercado Revilla Miguel Momo Morden Navanisa Nograles Nograles Almario Lasco Amina Lolaso Olivares Ongchuan Ordanes Ortecawano Dizon Parderos Paduano Paglas Palma Panaligan Pancho Panotes Pascual Peña Pimentel Plaza Plato Permisia Sagabas Pamarin Puno Kimbo Rama Rehencia Rimulya Revilla Brian Revilla Ramon Jola Reyes Rilio Rivera Robes Rodriguez Eulogio Rodriguez Rufus Romano Romero Romualdez Ferdinand Martin Romualdez Ede Marie Romualdo Romulo Roque Sagdan Sagalbere Sacalorcio Cela Sali Salimang Gonzalo Santos Saulog Silverio Singson Rochelle Singson Ronald Singson Mihan Solon Swan Sansing Horacio Swansing Michelangelo Suarez Taliado Tamayo Tamuting Tan Joseph Tan Keith Micah Tan Reynolds Michael Tan Samir Tan Stephen James Tan Tamut Tan Chay Tan Watcott Cariela Teodoro Teves Tiangco Tiang Tolentino Tulfo Erwin Tulfo Jocelyn Tulfo Ralph Wendell Tupa Tutor Tio Mario Navia Unga Uy Valeriano Valmayor Vargas Alfonso Velasco Veloso Tuasan Vergara Versosa Villa Villafuerte Luis Raymond Villafuerte Miguel Luis Villanueva Villar Villar Sasuales Villarica Violago Yamsuan Yep Christiantel Yep Christopherson Yep Edvic Yep Eric Yudvina Grace Gisel Victoria Yulo Zamora Amparo Maria Zamora Maria Carmen Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 11429. Abante Abunda Choron Advincola Agaraw Almario Alonte Alvarez Pantaleon Amante Matong Angara Arbison Arenas Basco Bautista Limbiron Bondok Busito Bustos Cabredo Cardema Castro Jane Chan Co Elizalde Copilar Colado Corvero Quaresma de Jesus Defensor de los Santos Dimoporo Muhammad Cadi Duavit Duhali Duterte Di Faustino Michael Carlos Di Ian Paul Icleo Enverga Yudela Farinas Frasco Garcia Albert Garcia Jose Arturo Garcia Maria Angela Garcia Pablo John Garcia Vincent Garin Gato Goid Christopher Goles Gonzaga Gonzalez Sandro Goriseta Harris Gotaman Hernandez Oribata Javier Co Olga Co Ricardo Co Wilton Labad Lacson Lagon Daphne Lazatin Lee Loyola Luis Romaniquis Marcoleta Marino Martinez Mastura Matugas Mercado Revilla Morden Nograles Salmario Nolasco Amina Lolaso Padiernos Paglas Palma Pascual Pimentel Kimbo Rama Reyes Rilio Romero Roque Sagarbare Sacalron Salceda Salisalo Saulug Singson Ronald Swansing Horacio Swansing Michelangelo Tamayo Tan Keith Micah Tan Reynolds Michael Tan Samir Tan Stephen James Tan Tambut Tan Chay Teodoro Teves Tiang Tupa Sonabia Velasco Vergara Versosa Villafuerte Luis Raymond Villanueva Villar Villago Yap Edvic Yap Eric Yudvina Grace Yulo Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 177 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill Number 11429 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill 11430. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 11430 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 11430, an act institutionalizing a mechanism for the declaration of a state of imminent disaster, providing the criteria for its declaration and lifting, enabling anticipatory measures, and providing funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 11430. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincola, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Kino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Beron, de Bascug, Bautista, Lim, Bernas, Baliones, Beron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Bulot, Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cadi, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chongalaw, Co, Angelica, Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Co, Pilar, Coanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colado Colliantes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio Cruz Ricardo, Coa Quaresma de Goc, Delipe Dalog de Hirang Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos de Mapar Mohamed Khalid de Mapar City Amina, Dinicio Domingo Duavid Dohali Duterte, Di Fosino Ina, Di Fosino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul Ecleo, Emano Enverga Escudero Esparis Espina. Estrella Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez Ferrer, Antonio Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes Frasco, Presidente Fontebella, Galeos Garcia, Albert Garcia, Dante Garcia, Jose Arturo Garcia, Maria Angela Garcia, Pablo John Garcia, Vincent, Gordiola Garin, Casataya, Gato Goed, Christopher Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Aurelio Gonzalez, Neptali Gonzalez, Sandro Garceta, Guico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Jerez, Coataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Conjun, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagonsani, Lara, Lezitin, Lee, Legarda, Lebanon, Limkachong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Masada, Madrano, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikiz, Manuel Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Mordena, Vanisa, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Omanal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pomarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Martin, Wallace, Zeda, Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagorberia, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Ulog, Silvera, Singson, Rochelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Michaela, Angela, Suarez, Taliada, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan, Joseph, Tan, Keith, Micah, Tan, Reynolds, Michael, Tan, Samir, Tan, Stephen, James, Tan, Tambu, Tan, Chaitan, Watko, Toriela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo, Erwin, Tulfo, Joseph, Tulfo, Ralph, Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarza, Suarez, Villarica, Villaco, Yamsuan, Yap Crishantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U, Divina Grace, U, Giselle, Victoria, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11430. Abante, Abunda, Charon, Edvincula, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Lim, Biron, Bondok, Busita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jean, Chan, Coalizaldi, Copilar, Colado, Corvera, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Semapor, Mohamed Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Dian, Paul, Ecleo, and Verga, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Gato Goed, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Garceta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Labad, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Loyola, Luistro, Maniquez, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado, Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rillo, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salcera, Sally, Salo, Saulog, Singson, Ronald, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Tamayo, Tan, Keith, Micah, Tan, Reynolds, Michael, Tan, Samir, Tan, Stephen James, Tan, Tambut, Tan, Chai, Teodoro, Teves, Tiang, Tupas, Onabia, Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U, Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 177 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 11430 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill 11354. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11354 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11354, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 5 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in the province of Zamboanga del Norte and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose sections 14J and 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11354. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Magsaysa, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atay, Aumentado, Balindong, Barbers, Baronda, Basco, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolidia, Bondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Bulit, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Carrie, Castro, Franz, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Co Angelica, Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juanco, Jaime, Eduardo, Mark, Co Juanco, Mark, Colada, Coliendas, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagok, Delipe, Dalog de Yanghirang, Daza, Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Gali, Dimaporo, City Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duave, Dohali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul. Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares Espina, Estrella Yudera Falinas, Fernandez Ferrer Antonio Ferrer Juliet Marie Flores Fortes Frasco Fresnedo Fuentebella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Cardiola Garin Gazataya Gato, Goid Christopher Gomar, Goles Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Gico Ginto, Gulias Guterres, Resco, Taman, Hernandez Herrera Orbata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton. Pongon, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lili Garda, Libanan, Kaichong, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang Manikis, Manuel Marañon, Marcoleta Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisa, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Mina, Lolaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano, Dizon, Padernos, Paduano, Paglas Palma, Panadigan, Pancho, Chapanotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pomaran, Puno, Kimbo, Ramar, Henshaw, Rimulya, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Relio Rivera Robes, Rodriguez Yilohoya, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yada Marie, Romualdo Romulo, Rocare, Sakdaran, Sagarbari, Sakaluron, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Suwan, Sonsing Horacio, Sonsing Micaela Angela, Suarez Aliado, Tamayo, Tan Bunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Kit Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph, Wendell, Tupasitor, T. Umalio, Nabia, Ungabuy, Valeriano Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuasan, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villalago, Yamsuan, Yap Chantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Isel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 11354. Abante Abunda at Sharon Advincol Agaraw, Almario Alonte, Alvarez Pantalion, Amante Amatong Angara, Arbison Arenas Bascog, Bautista Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Bosita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro Jane, Chan, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Colado Corvero, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Dimaporo Mohamed Calido, Avid, Duhari Duterte, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Enverga, Yudela Farinas Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goed Christopher Goles, Gonzaga Gonzalez Sandro, Coriseta Ares, Guataman Hernando, Rebata Avier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Laban Lacson, Lagun Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Loyola, Luis Romanikis, Marcoleta Marino, Martinez, Masura Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Aminal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama Reyes, Rilio Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salo, Saulog, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Michael, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay Teodoro Teves, Tiang Tupa, Sonabia, Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudvina Grace, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 177 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill Number 11354 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill 11382. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill Number 11382. Thereafter, call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 11382, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Coronadal, Province of South Cotabato, and appropriating funds therefor, amending for the purpose Section 29 of Batas Pamansa bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 11382. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acapadyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alote, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Kino, Magsaysay, Orbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baron, de Bascug, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Baliones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongkalon, Bordado, Basita, Briones, Process, Buhain, Bulut, Bigtang, Busos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chongalaw, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Wangko, Jaime, Eduardo, Mark, Ko, Wangko, Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, de Gook, Delipe, Dalag, Dayang, Hirang, Dasa, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, de los Santos, de Mapor, Mohamed Kali, de Mapor City, Emina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Tohali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Tian, Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Esparis, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Fer, Antonio, Fer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentevella, Galeos, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Guardiola, Green, Casataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher Gomar, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Aurelio, Gonzalez, Nepteri, Gonzalez, Sandro, Garcia, Guico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Jerez, Coataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Konghun, Labat, Lakson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sani, Lara, Lezatin, Lee, Legarda, Lebanon, Lim, Kaichong, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Macera, Madron, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Mercoleta, Marcos, Mariano, Hernandez, Marina, Marquez, Martinez, Mistura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisay, Nograles, Elmario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanas, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Parotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plata, Permisos, Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Ramarehencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjola, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Martin, Romualdo Zeda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarberia, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tamuting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Nelons, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambu, Tan Chaitan, Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupa Sator, T. Umali, Onabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana Balmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edwig, Yap Eric, Yu, Divine Grace, Yu, Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call, in consideration, third reading of House Bill number 11382, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Elvincol, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascul, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bodok, Busita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cordema, Castro, Jane Chan, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Colado, Corvera, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor, De Los Santos, Temapor, Mohamed Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. and Paul, Ecleo, and Verga, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Gato, Goed, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Goriseta, Harris, Hataman, Hernandez, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Labat, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Loyola, Luis Romaniquez, Mercoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Mordena, Grales, Nogales, Elmario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, Sagarberia, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salo, Saulog, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela, Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tiang, Tupa, Sonabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu, Divine Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 177 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 11382 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill 11384. For the purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 11384. Thereafter, call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11384, an act creating one additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of San Pascual, and 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipalities of Lobo and Tingloy, all in the province of Batangas, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose sections 14E and 30 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11384. Abalos, Sabantia, Bunda, Choron, Asidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong, Angangara, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barbara Barbers, Baronda Basco, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Billones, Miron, Bolilla, Bondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulit Begtang, Busos Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Carrie, Castro, Friends, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sindanya, Chan, Chato, Chuba, Chongalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juan, Co Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Co Juan, Co Mark, Colado Colianes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagog, Delipe Dalog, Nayang Hirang Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo Mohamed Kadi, Dimaporo Titi Amina, Junicio Domingo Duavid, Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga, Escudero Espares Espina, Estrella Yudela Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fendibella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin Gazataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Nepali, Gonzales Sandro, Coriseta Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Aresco, Ataman, Hernandez, Herrero, Arbata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghon, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legardo, Libanon, Nicaichon, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Mazeta Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez Mastura, Matibag Matugas, Mendoza Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisa, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Amina, Lolaso, Olivares, Ongchua, Nordlanes, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Padienos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plata, Primicia, Sagamas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Yulohoyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo Romulo, Roque Sagdana, Sagarbaria, Sacalun, Salceda, Sali Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Salon, Suwan, Swansing Rasha, Swansing Michaela, Angela, Suarez Toledo, Tamayo, Tamunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yutorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Alfonso Velasco, Veloso Tuazan, Vergara, Versosa Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yam Suman, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudvina Grace, Yu, Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 11384. Abante Abunda Charon Advincula Agaraw Almario Alonte Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante Amatong Angara Arbison Arenas Basco Bautista Lim. Miron Bondok Bosita Bustos. Cabredo Cardema Castro Jane Chan Colizalde Copilar. Colado Correro Quaresma de Jesus Defensor. De Los Santos, Di Maporo, Mohamed Khalid, Duavid, Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Yudela, Farinas Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia C. Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, God, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga Gonzalez, Sandro, Goriseta Aresco, Taman Hernandez, Oribata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin, Lee Loyola, Luis Romaniquez, Marcoleta, Maria Martinez, Mastura, Matugas. Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles Almario, Nolasco Amina, Lolaso Padiernos, Paglas Palma, Pascual Pimentel, Kimbo Rama Reyes, Ridio Romero Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacaluron Salceda, Sali Salo Saulug, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay Teodoro, Teves, Tiang, Tupas, Onabio Velasco, Vergara Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudvina Grace, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 177 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill number 11384 is now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Session resumed. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, considering that copies of Journal Number 37, dated June 2, 2025, were already distributed to the members, I move to dispense with the reading thereof and subsequently to approve the said journal. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Before that approval of the journal, I would like to approve on the, before we continue, the chair would like to manifest that he was informed by the Secretariat of a correction in the result of the nominal voting on House Bill number 11254 that the body earlier approved on third reading. The correct results is as follows. Affirmative, 163 instead of 162. Negative, 1 instead of 2. Abstentions remains at 0. In view thereof, let the records reflect the said result. Also, on the House Bill number 11376 that the body earlier approved on third reading, the correction results is as follows. Affirmative, 172 instead of 171. 0 negative instead of 1, and abstentions 1 instead of 0. In view thereof, let the records reflect the said result. As per the approval of the journal of number 37, Majority Leader. Yes, could you please repeat your motion?
Mr. Speaker, considering that copies of Journal Number 37, dated June 2, 2025, were already distributed to the members, I move to dispense with the reading thereof and subsequently to approve the said journal. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. The reading of the said journal is dispensed with, and journal number 37, dated June 2nd, 2025, is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Yung second reading daw.
Yung sa third reading sa
Wala namang Basta ikaw. Next week na lang tayo. Stay na naman DS, di ba? Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up additional reference of business and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of bills and resolutions, if any.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business. Resolutions. House Resolution 2308, a resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives on the passing of Pilita Corrales, Asia's Queen of Songs, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, De Venecia, Rodriguez Rufus, Veloso Tuazon, Conghun, Frasco, Singson Mihan, Revilla Ramonjolo, Garcia Maria Angela, Del Mar, Villarica, Alonte, Garcia Jose Arturo, Maceda, Bolivia, Ataide, Hernandez, Aumentado, Nograles Almario, Co Angelica Natasha, Kimbo, Horibata, Barba, Mercado Revilla, Revilla Brian, Gomez, Singson Rochelle, Vargas, Gomark, Magsino, and Arenas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2309, a resolution expressing profound condolences on the passing of Nora Honor, National Artist for Film and Broadcast Arts, and honoring her unparalleled contributions to Philippine cinema and culture, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, De Venecia, Rodriguez Rufus, Veloso Tuazon, Conghon, Frasco, Singson Mihan, Revilla Ramonjolo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Del Mar, Villarica Alonte, Garcia Jose Arturo, Maceda, Bolivia, Ataide, Hernandez, Aumentado, Nograles Almario, Co Angelica Natasha, Kimbo, Ribata, Barba, Mercado Revilla, Revilla Brian, Gomez, Singson Rochelle, Vargas, Gomark, Magsino, and Arenas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2310, resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House of Representatives on the passing of original Filipino music icon Angelito Haji T. Alejandro and recognizing his outstanding contributions to the Philippine music industry, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, De Venecia, Rodriguez Rufus, Veloso Tuazon, Conghon, Frasco, Singson Mihan, Revilla Ramonjolo, Garcia Maria Angela, Del Mar, Villarica Alonte, Garcia Jose Arturo, Maceda, Bolivia, Ataide Hernandez, Aumentado, Nograles Almario, Co Angelica Natasha, Kimbo, Oribata, Barba, Mercado Revilla, Revilla Brian, Gomez, Singson Rochelle, Vargas, Gomark, Magsino, and Arenas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2311, resolution honoring and commending the late Frederick Charles Caballes Davao, professionally known as Ricky Davao, for his outstanding contributions to Philippine cinema, television, and theater. The Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, De Venecia, Del Mar, Veloso Tuazon, Mercado Revilla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Alonte, Conghon, Singson Mihan, Bautista Lim, Rodriguez Rufus, Garcia Jose Arturo Maceda, Co Angelica Natasha, Villarica Barba, Vargas, Bolivia Oribata, Zamora Amparo Maria, Gomark, Legarda, and Magsino.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2312, a resolution expressing the sincerest and profound condolences of the House of Representatives on the demise of original Filipino music icon Ferdinand Freddy Pascual Aguilar and honoring his immense contributions to the Philippine music culture and national identity. By Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, De Venecia, Rodriguez Rufus, Veloso Tuazon, Conghon, Frasco, Singson Mihan, Revilla Monjolo, Maceda, Bolivia, Ataide, Hernandez, Aumentado, Nograles Almario, Co Angelica Natasha, Kimbo, Ribata, Barba, Mercado Revilla, Revilla Brian, Gomez, Singson, Rochelle, Vargas, Gomark, Magsino, and Arenas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2313, resolution congratulating Filipino-American composer and percussionist Susie Ibarra for winning the 2025 Pulitzer Prize for Music for her composition Sky Islands, making her the first Filipino-American to receive the award. By Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, De Venecia, Co Angelica Natasha, Revilla Ramonjolo, Singson Mihan, Revilla Brian, Del Mar, Rodriguez Rufus, Conghon, Barba, Maceda, Garcia Jose Arturo, Alonte, Arenas, Gomark, Oribata, Veloso Tuazon, Garcia Maria Angela, Aumentado, Villarica, Singson Rochelle, Bolivia, Magsino, Mercado Revilla, Kimbo, Gomez, and Zamora Amparo Maria.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2314, a resolution expressing the sincerest and profound gratitude and appreciation to Sagip Pelikula for its outstanding legacy in Filipino film restoration, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie de Venecia, Co Angelica Natasha, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Singson Mihan, Revilla Brian, Delmar Rodriguez Rufus, Konghun Barba Maceda, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Alonte Arenas, Go Mark, Oribata, Veloso Tuazon, Garcia Maria Angela, Aumentado, Villarica, Singson Rochelle, Bolilla, Magsino, Mercado Revilla, Kimbo, Gomez, and Zamora Amparo Maria.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2315, resolution congratulating and commending Filipino-American sound designer and composer Fabian Obispo for winning Outstanding Sound Design at the 40th Lucille Lortel Awards, the first Asian American to receive the honor, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie de Venecia, Co Angelica Natasha, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Singson Mihan, Revilla Brian, Delmar Rodriguez Rufus, Konghun Barba Maceda, Garcia Jose Arturo, Alonte Arenas, Go Mark, Horibata, Veloso Tuazon, Garcia Maria Angela, Aumentado, Villarica, Singson Rochelle, Bolilla, Magsino, Mercado Revilla, Kimbo, Gomez, and Zamora Amparo Maria.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2316, urging the Committee on Transportation to immediately conduct an investigation on the privatization of the NAIA and its adverse effects on the Filipino people, by Representatives Brosas, Castro, France, and Manuel.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2317, expressing the profound sympathies and sincerest condolences of the House on the death of Freddy Aguilar, by Representative Remulla.
The Committee on Rules.
Message from the Senate. Message dated June 3, 2025, informing the House of Representatives that on even date, the Senate passed the following House bills as amended by substitution. House Bill 9334 on converting the Sulu State College in Holo, Sulu into a state university. House Bill 10181 on establishing a College of Medicine in Sultan Kudarat State University in Tangkurong, Sultan Kudarat. House Bill 10408 on converting the extension campus of the Cebu Normal University in Medellin, Cebu into a regular campus. House Bill 10619 on converting the extension campus of the Cebu Normal University in Balamban, Cebu into a regular campus. House Bill 10822 on converting the Guimaras State University, Mosqueda and Baterna Extension campuses located in Jordan and San Lorenzo respectively, both in Guimaras, into regular campuses.
The Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
And House Bill 9904 on merging and renaming certain barangays in Bacoor, Cavite.
The Committee on Local Government.
Committee reports. Committee report numbers 1473 and 1474 submitted by the Committees on Justice and Appropriations on House Bill numbers 11534 and 11535 respectively.
The Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business, message from the President, line veto message dated May 29, 2025, of President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. on Senate Bill 2865 and House Bill 9277 on instituting reforms to enhance the efficiency and dynamism of the Philippine capital markets.
The Committee on Rules.
Communications, letter dated May 29, 2025 of the Executive Secretary, Office of the President, Malacanang, transmitting 2 original copies of Republic Act 12214, which was signed by President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr., together with his line veto message.
To the archives.
Letters dated May 29, 2025 of Executive Secretary, Office of the President, Malacanang, transmitting 2 original copies each of the following Republic Acts, which were signed by President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. RA 12215, regulating the practice of the agriculture profession in the Philippines. RA 12216, strengthening the NHA by extending its corporate term and rationalizing its powers. RA 12217, declaring September 14 of every year a special working holiday in Santa Cruz, Occidental Mindoro, in celebration of the feast day of the Holy Cross. RA 12218, declaring January 6 of every year a special working holiday in Quezon City to be known as Tandang Sora Day in commemoration of the birth anniversary of Melchora Aquino, also known in Philippine history as the Mother of the Katipunan. RA 12219, declaring October 27 of every year a special working holiday in the province of Sarangani in recognition of the unique contribution of the indigenous peoples of Sarangani to the rich and diverse cultural heritage of the Philippines. And RA 12220, declaring July 8 of every year a special working holiday in Isabela, Basilan, in celebration of the feast of Saint Elizabeth of Portugal, to be known as Fiesta Alegria de Isabela.
To the archives.
Committee reports. Committee report numbers 1475, 1476, and 1477 submitted by the Committees on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources and Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 11536, 11537, and 11538 respectively. Committee report 1478 submitted by the Committee on Public Order and Safety on House Bill 11539. Committee Report 1479 submitted by the Committees on Justice and Appropriations on House Bill 11540. Committee Report 1480 submitted by the Committees on Agriculture and Food, Ways and Means and Appropriations on House Bill 11541. Committee Report 1481 submitted by the Committees on Higher and Technical Education, Basic Education and Culture and Appropriations on House Bill 11543. Committee Report 1482 submitted by the Committees on Economic Affairs, Trade and Industry, Ways and Means and Appropriations on House Bill 11544.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up items for consideration and approval on second reading.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For this purpose, I now move that we take up House Bill 11353 as contained in Committee Report 1364, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11353.
House Bill number 11353, an act establishing a national policy framework for the development, utilization, and commercialization of energy storage systems.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the sponsor of said measure, the Honorable Sergio Dagook of Party List APEC, for his sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Sergio Dagook is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, Mr. Speaker and my esteemed colleagues. It is an honor to sponsor Committee Report number 1364 on House Bill number 11353, titled An Act Establishing a National Policy Framework for the Development, Utilization, and Commercialization of Energy Storage Systems. The purpose of this bill is to create a comprehensive framework for the development, use, and commercialization of energy storage systems, or ESS. This framework aims to ensure a continuous supply of sustainable energy to both the grid and off-grid areas across the country. By passing this measure, we can enhance the reliability and flexibility of our energy grid, enabling it to meet the increasing demand for backup and ancillary sources of renewable energy, such as solar and wind, in line with the country's goals for a just transition. Additionally, the measure will establish essential fiscal and non-fiscal mechanisms to promote the development, deployment, and commercialization of energy storage systems in all contexts. It also mandates the inclusion of energy storage systems in the National Energy and Power Development Plan of the Department of Energy. The passage of this legislation will help secure an additional power supply to meet the growing energy demands of our nation. In closing, may I respectfully appeal to our esteemed colleagues for the immediate approval of this measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dagook. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of debate and interpellation. However, there being no member who has signified their intention to interpellate, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move that we open the period of amendments. However, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we terminate the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we approve on second reading House Bill 11353. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11353. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11353 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Bill 11356 as contained in Committee Report 1370 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11356.
House Bill number 11356, an act strengthening the functions of the Negosyo Centers, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10644, otherwise known as the Go Negosyo Act.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the sponsor of said measure, the Honorable Christopher De Venecia of the 4th District of Pangasinan.
The Honorable De Venecia is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker and dear colleagues. I stand before you today to deliver sponsorship remarks on House Bill 11356 entitled An Act Strengthening the Functions of the Go Negosyo Centers, amending for the purpose Republic Act 10644, otherwise known as the Go Negosyo Act, and to seek your support and approval for this important legislation. House Bill 11356 is a substitute bill of House Bill 3632, 8759, and 10414, institutionalizing the Go Negosyo Center. One of the principal authors is this representation under the leadership of our chairman, Congressman Christian Unabia. Let me emphasize that according to 2023 data of the Philippine Statistics Authority, it has recorded a total of 1.2 million MSMEs in the country, comprising about 99.63% of the entire business sector of the Philippines. Hence, MSMEs are crucial to the growth of the Philippine economy. The Go Negosyo Center Act was enacted to ease the doing of business and facilities of the government service for the MSMEs. Thus, this bill aims to institutionalize the conduct of the Mentor Me program as a core function of the Negosyo Center, which will be established nationwide. The Mentor Me program under the Department of Trade and Industry is aimed at coaching the mentee, micro and small enterprises on the different aspects of business operations, among others. The program has been previously proven to be successful in helping the micro and small entrepreneurs scale up their enterprises. This is why there is an urgent need to expand and strengthen its operations through legislation. During our committee deliberations on the measure last February 6, it was found that there are about 1,356 Negosyo Centers operating in the country, which are manned by business counselors who have contractual employment. Thus, it was proposed that there should be initially created a total of 1,416 organic positions under the Department of Trade to further strengthen and ensure the continuity of such program. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I am submitting this significant measure for consideration by the plenary with the end view that we aim for a better economy by giving the highest consideration in legislating simple but effective business processes as well as economic empowerment to those who are responsible for their successful operations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable De Venecia. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of debate and interpellation. However, there being no member who has signified their intention to interpellate the said sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments nor any individual amendment, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we approve on second reading House Bill 11356.
There's a motion to approve on second reading, House Bill number 11356. All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11356 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Bill 11363 as contained in Committee Report 1377, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11363.
House Bill number 11363, an act creating a system of partnership between local governments and civil society organizations through the establishment of a People's Council in every local government unit, prescribing its powers and functions and providing for its participation in the local sanggunian and local boards, councils, committees, task forces, or similar work groups.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the sponsor of said measure, the Honorable Gabriel H. Bordado Jr. of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur for his sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Gabriel Bordado of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am honored to sponsor House Bill number 11363 as contained in Committee Report number 1377, entitled An Act Creating a System of Partnership between Local Governments and Civil Society Organizations through the establishment of a People's Council in every local government unit, prescribing its powers and functions and providing for its participation in the local sanggunian and local boards, councils, committees, task forces, or similar work groups, otherwise known as the People Empowerment Bill. This measure is born out of a simple yet powerful truth that governance, to be truly meaningful and just, must be inclusive, participatory, and empowering. As the principal author of this bill, and having consistently filed it in previous Congresses, I have long championed this cause as part of my staunch and unwavering advocacy for people-centered governance. It is our collective duty not merely to bring the people closer to the government, but to bring them into the government itself, to make them active participants in shaping the very policies and programs that define and affect their daily lives. Mr. Speaker, the bill institutionalizes people's councils in every local government unit, establishing formal and functional mechanisms by which civil society organizations, people's organizations, cooperatives, and other grassroots formations can meaningfully engage in local governance. These councils are not mere advisory bodies. They shall be empowered to consult, recommend, and collaborate with local governments on a broad spectrum of concerns, including development plans, local budgets, legislation, and public programs. Moreover, institutionalizing these councils promotes transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in public decision-making. It helps dismantle the barriers that often marginalize the voices of ordinary citizens and underserved sectors. In doing so, we give substance to the promise of democracy, not merely as a system of representation, but as a practice of participation. Mr. Speaker, in these times of growing disillusionment, where many of our constituents feel alienated or unheard, this measure is a bold step toward restoring faith in democracy. It recognizes that public service is not the monopoly of elected officials, but a shared endeavor among all Filipinos. Let us empower our people not just in rhetoric, but in law. Not just with promises, but with platforms. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully urge my colleagues to support this vital piece of legislation and help us pave the way for a more participatory, responsive, and people-centered government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bordado. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendment, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we approve on second reading House Bill 11363.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11363. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11363 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Bill 11431 as contained in Committee Report 1418 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11431.
House Bill number 11431, an act transferring the management and full control of the Quezon City Velodrome from the Philippine Sports Commission to the Quezon City Government, amending for the purpose Section 23 of Republic Act number 6847, otherwise known as the Philippine Sports Commission Act.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the sponsor of said measure, the undefeated inspiration of many legislators in the whole world, the representative from the 8th District of Cavite and the Vice Chairperson of the Youth and Sports Development, the Honorable Aniela Bianca D. Tolentino.
The Honorable Aniela Bianca Tolentino of the 8th District of Cavite is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Congarin, for that introduction. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues of this august chamber, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good evening now, actually. 35 years ago, Republic Act number 6847, or the Philippine Sports Commission Act, was enacted to serve as a central policy-making and coordinating body for amateur sports development in the country. Under Section 7, the PSC is mandated to develop and manage publicly funded sports facilities, including those owned by schools. Section 23 of the same law transferred to the PSC the full control and management of the Quezon City Velodrome, including its land, buildings, and equipment. Mr. Speaker, the Quezon City Velodrome, situated within the Amoranto Sports Complex, was once a premier cycling venue in the Philippines. Built in 1966 under President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. and named after former Mayor Norberto Amoranto, the complex featured a grandstand, track and field oval, bleachers, and a gymnasium. As the country's first velodrome, it played a key role in the development of Filipino cyclists and served as a training ground for major events, such as the 1991 and 2005 Southeast Asian Games and the 1995 Asian Cycling Championships. However, by the 1990s and the early 2000s, the velodrome had fallen into disrepair due to neglect and lack of funding. As early as 1993, then Mayor Ismael Mathay raised concerns over its deteriorating state during the Senate hearing led by Senator Joey Lina. By the 2010s, the facility was no longer usable by national athletes and failed to meet the international standards. Despite this, there is no public record showing that the PSC undertook any major renovation, not even during the 2019 Southeast Asian Games hosted by our country. While we do not assign full blame to the PSC, given its limited resources and nationwide mandate, we believe the land where the velodrome stands deserves to be developed in its full potential. In recent years, the Quezon City government under Mayor Joy Belmonte has actively pursued the redevelopment of the Amoranto Sports Complex into a world-class sports and events hub. Renovations have begun, including upgrades to the track oval and football field. However, plans to reconstruct the velodrome or build a new bike track have not yet been realized. The city government has both the resources and the vision to fully develop this property. Unfortunately, current legal constraints, specifically Section 23 of RA number 6847, prevent the city from exercising full control over the area. Thus, we respectfully seek your support for the immediate passage of House Bill 11431 under Committee Report number 1418, which seeks to transfer the management and full control of the Quezon City Velodrome from the PSC or the Philippine Sports Commission to the Quezon City government by amending Section 23 of the PSC Charter. Empowering the local government to take over will unlock the potential of its important public sports asset, ultimately benefiting Filipino athletes and advancing Filipino sports development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Tolentino. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of debate and interpellation. However, there being no member who had wished their intention to interpellate our sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There being no committee nor individual amendment, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we approve on second reading House Bill 11431.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11431. All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11431 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Bill 11440 as contained in Committee Report 1424 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11440.
House Bill number 11440, an act providing for a national anti-doping policy in sports, establishing for the purpose the Philippine National Anti-Doping Organization, and appropriating funds therefor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the sensible and quick-witted sponsor of said measure, no other than the representative of the 8th District of Cavite, again, the Honorable Aniela Bianca D. Tolentino.
The Honorable Aniela Bianca D. Tolentino is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you once again, Congregant, for that wonderful introduction. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues of this august chamber, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Almost a year ago, Team Philippines proudly competed in the 2024 Paris Olympics. That historic moment marked our 100th year of Olympic participation and our best performance yet, securing four medals, including two gold medals, and achieving a 37th place overall ranking in the world. What many may not know is that just months before the Games, the Philippines faced a serious threat of suspension by the World Anti-Doping Agency, or the WADA, due to 4 unresolved nonconformities with the WADA Code. Our flag risked being barred from the Olympics and other international events of alleged non-compliance. Although the Philippine National Anti-Doping Organization, or the FINADO, our accredited anti-doping body, took prompt corrective action, ultimately averting the suspension, the Committee on Youth and Sports Development recognized the urgency of passing comprehensive anti-doping legislation. This proposed measure aims to institutionalize a national anti-doping program, strengthen FINADO, and ensure long-term compliance with international standards. To this end, the committee worked in close coordination with the World Anti-Doping Agency, or FINADO, national sports associations, and other stakeholders to align the proposed law with both mandatory and recommended guidelines of the WADA Code. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is not just about compliance. It is about protecting the future of Philippine sports and the young athletes who represent the country. Most of our Olympians are youth, and sports play a vital role in their development. Beyond athletic skills, sports instill values such as honesty, fairness, discipline, respect, commitment, and camaraderie. They promote healthy lifestyles and provide opportunities to compete on the world stage. The Philippines has long affirmed its commitment to the global anti-doping movement through our support for the 2003 Copenhagen Declaration, our adoption of the 2005 UNESCO International Convention Against Doping in Sport, and our active participation in the Southeast Asia Regional Anti-Doping Organization since 2006. But while international agreements are important, it is ultimately the government that must lead the change. Through legislation, we can allocate necessary resources, enforce regulations, and fulfill our international obligations. FINADO is currently recognized as the national anti-doping body tasked with enforcing rules, collecting samples, managing test results, and conducting hearings. The Philippine Sports Commission provides funding support, but the agency continues to face operational challenges, some of which have contributed to the past compliance issues. Mr. Speaker, doping in sports remains a global concern. Performance-enhancing drugs are banned not only to ensure fair competition, but to protect athletes' health and uphold the spirit of sport. Unfortunately, some athletes, whether acting independently or under pressure, still turn to banned substances in pursuit of a competitive edge. While proper nutrition, training, and recovery can enhance performance, the use of prohibited substances is unethical and dangerous. It undermines the credibility of the sport and puts athletes' health and careers at serious risk. Some mistakenly believe that legal medications are safe for use in competition, but many of these substances can cause severe harm when misused, especially in high doses or in combination with others. This is why we urgently need a strong, independent body to lead the fight against doping. By institutionalizing robust testing protocols, enforcing strict penalties for violations, and upholding the integrity of athletic competition. With your strong leadership, Mr. Speaker, and the support of this honorable chamber, we hope to enact meaningful legislation that will help eliminate doping in Philippine sports and restore full confidence in the athletes who carry our nation's colors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tolentino. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of debate and interpellation.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who signified the intention to interpellate the sponsor of said measure, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendments. However, there being no committee nor individual amendment, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we approve on second reading House Bill 1144,
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11440. All those in favor say aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11440 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Bill 11461 as contained in Committee Report 1441 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11461.
House Bill number 11461, an act providing for the establishment of Muslim cemeteries in cities and municipalities with significant number of Muslim population and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I further move that we recognize the sponsor of said measure, the Honorable Zia Alonto Adjong of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur.
The gentleman from Ditsaan Ramain in the 1st District of Lanao del Sur is recognized to sponsor the measure. The Honorable Zia Alonto Adjong.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praise is due to Allah Almighty, the sovereign creator of the universe, the God of no equal. Peace and blessings be upon the last messenger of God, the seal of the Prophet, Prophet Muhammad, his pure progeny, and his fortunate companions. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh, and good evening to everyone. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on a matter of both cultural justice and human dignity and have the distinct honor to sponsor House Bill number 11461 entitled An Act Providing for the Establishment of Muslim Cemeteries in Cities and Municipalities with significant number of Muslim population and appropriating funds therefore. Mr. Speaker, this measure seeks to institutionalize the establishment of Muslim cemeteries in local government units where there is a significant number of Muslim residents, an acknowledgement of the unique religious and cultural practices of Filipino Muslims, especially in relation to death and burial. Under Islamic tradition, the burial of the deceased must take place as soon as possible, ideally, Mr. Speaker, within 24 hours. The remains must also be treated in accordance with specific rites and laid to rest in a cemetery that observes the direction of Qibla, facing the Kaaba in Saudi Arabia. For many of our Muslim brothers and sisters living outside the Bangsamoro region, whether in Metro Manila, Visayas, or elsewhere in Luzon, these requirements often cannot be fulfilled due to the absence of appropriate burial grounds. Mr. Speaker, this absence has led to heartbreaking delays, logistical challenges, and added financial burdens for grieving families. Some are forced to transport the remains over long distances, even across islands, just to comply with their religious obligations. In some cases, burials are compromised, traditions are bypassed, and the dignity of the deceased is unintentionally violated. Mr. Speaker, House Bill number 11461 is not just about the identification of burial lots, but ensuring that our laws recognize and respect the diversity of our people. This legislation is a testament to our commitment to inclusive governance where faith and culture are not mere footnotes, but integral considerations in public policy. The bill mandates the Department of Interior and Local Government, in coordination with the local government units and the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, to identify suitable sites and provide necessary support for the establishment, operation, and maintenance of these cemeteries. More importantly, this measure aligns with the constitutional guarantee of freedom of religion and the state's policy to promote the rights and welfare of indigenous cultural communities and religious minorities. As a proud representative of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur and as a Muslim Filipino, I stand here not just for my constituents, but for the millions of Muslims across the country who continue to be marginalized. With this bill, we seek to correct a long-standing gap in public service delivery by recognizing that dignity in death is just as important as dignity in life. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I humbly urge your support for the swift passage of this measure. Let us enshrine into law that the principle that respect for religious diversity should not end at the gates of the cemetery. Maraming salamat po. Magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the sponsorship speech of the Honorable Mujib Hataman for House Bill number 11461. I move that this be inserted into the records.
The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I further move that we open the period of debate and interpellation. However, there being no member who signified the intention to interpolate the sponsor of said measure, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendments. However, there being no committee nor individual amendment, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we approve on second reading House Bill 11461.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11461. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11461 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Bill 11525 as contained in Committee Report 1464 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11525.
House Bill number 11525, an act establishing a comprehensive, integrated, and sustainable reintegration program for overseas Filipino workers.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the sponsor of said measure, the Honorable Jude Asidre of Party List Tingog.
The Honorable Jude Asidre of Tingog Party List is recognized to sponsor the said measure.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. I stand before you tonight with a deep sense of pride, urgency, and gratitude to sponsor a measure that I believe will make a real difference in the lives of countless Filipino families. This is House Bill number 11525, or what we now call the Bagong Balikbayan Act. This bill is not just about programs or policies. It's about people. It's about the million of Filipinos who have left their homes, their families, and the comfort zones to work abroad, often in unfamiliar, difficult, and even dangerous conditions, all in the name of family, love, and sacrifice. It's about every father who became a security guard in Riyadh, every mother who worked as a domestic helper in Hong Kong, every young professional who tried their luck in cruise ships or hospitals abroad. It's about every OFW who dared to dream, not just for themselves, but for the people they left behind. And while we call them modern-day heroes, Bagong Bayani, the truth is when they finally come home, the welcome isn't always heroic. In fact, many of them come home to uncertainty. They struggle to find jobs that match their skills. They use up their hard-earned savings just to restart. Some fall into debt. Others try to go abroad again, not because they want to, but because they feel like they have no other choice. This bill seeks to change that. The Bagong Balikbayan Act aims to give our returning OFWs the homecoming they truly deserve, not just with open arms, but with real, concrete support. It proposes a comprehensive, inclusive, and sustainable reintegration program available to all OFWs, whether land-based or sea-based, documented or undocumented, whether they return by choice or by force, walang maiiwan. Let me break it down simply. The bill creates a full cycle support system. It starts even before they leave the country by providing orientation and planning for life after their overseas work. It continues while they are abroad, ensuring that government support systems are responsive and accessible. And most importantly, it kicks into full gear the moment they decide to come home, offering real pathways for employment, entrepreneurship, and empowerment. First, we want to give them better access to local jobs. We'll have dedicated job fairs, skills matching, and even fast-track civil service eligibility for qualified returnees. If they already have the experience, the government will help them get the credentials to match, whether it's a diploma equivalency, professional licensing, or recognition of prior learning, because we should value what they've already achieved, not make them start from scratch. Second, for those who want to start their own business, we're setting up a dedicated loan and financing program. Many OFWs already have the skills, ideas, and discipline to succeed as entrepreneurs. What they often lack is capital and a little support to get started. This program gives them low-interest, collateral-free, and accessible financing options, plus business mentoring, so that they don't feel like they're taking on this new challenge alone. Third, we're digitalizing the entire reintegration process. The bill introduces 2 digital systems: the Returnee OFW Management Information System, ROMIS, and the Reintegration Management System, RMS. ROMIS will work like a national registry, collecting basic information like educational attainment, skill level, and job experience of returning OFWs. This helps government agencies and private partners do real-time job matching, recommend skills upgrading, and even track employment outcomes. RMS, meanwhile, will be a one-stop online platform where returning OFWs can access services like financial literacy training, livelihood programs, funding opportunities, and even psychosocial support. Imagine being able to go online, enter your OFW ID, and see all the reintegration services you qualify for. No long lines, no bureaucratic runaround. We're also putting up one-stop shops for integration in every region under the National Reintegration Network. These will serve as the physical hubs where OFWs can walk in and get help, whether it's a job referral, legal advice, or financial counseling. In short, government at their fingertips. Most importantly, this bill extends full reintegration support to our undocumented and distressed OFWs. These are our kababayans, so often return home under heartbreaking circumstances, rescued from abuse, exploitation, or conflict zones. Many of them have been traumatized, and many have been excluded from existing programs because of documentation issues. This bill says, you belong, you matter, you are still our heroes. It also ensures that existing benefits won't be reduced or removed, and that OFWs, especially those who are older, are protected from age discrimination when applying for jobs here at home. Because let's be honest, ageism is real, and many skilled workers are turned away just because they're past a certain age. That needs to stop. And lastly, the bill guarantees that our OFWs will have a seat at the table in policy making, in planning, in decisions that affect their lives, because they deserve more than assistance, they deserve representation. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, I just don't see this as a piece of legislation. I see this as a long overdue act of justice, a way of saying thank you that goes beyond words, a way of turning our lip service into life-saving support. Palagi nating sinasabi sa ating mga OFW, umuwi ka kung kailan ka handa. Pero handa na ba talaga tayong tanggapin sila ng buong buo? Sa panukalang ito, masasabi natin, umuwi ka na dahil sa wakas, handa naman na kaming umalalay sa iyo. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I humbly ask for your support in passing the bagong Balikbayan Act. Let's build a Philippines where no OFW ever feels left behind. Let's honor their sacrifice with action. Let's match their strength with their commitment. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Honorable Sidre. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of debate and interpellation. However, there being no member who signified the intention to interpolate the sponsor of said measure, I move that we close the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpolation.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendments. However, there being no committee nor individual amendment, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we approve on second reading House Bill 11525.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11525. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11525 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Bill 11523 as contained in Committee Report 1463 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11523.
House Bill number 11523, an act strengthening the Commission on Human Rights as a national human rights institution.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the hardworking, never-tiring, articulate sponsor of this measure. From Party List Tingog, the Honorable Jude Asidre.
The Honorable Jude Asidre of the Tingog Party List.
Thank you, Mr.
Recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, I rise tonight to sponsor House Bill 11523, an act strengthening the Commission on Human Rights as a national human rights institution. This is more than a piece of legislation. This is a statement of who we are as a nation and who we aspire to be. Let me begin with something very personal. In my time as a legislator, I've met many people from different walks of life, and I've listened to stories that break your heart. A mother from Samar whose son was picked up by identified men and never came home. A young man barely out of his teens shot in broad daylight in Manila. His name later added to the long silent list of extrajudicial killing victims. No case filed, no justice served. A domestic worker who came back from the Middle East, battered and bruised, not just physically but emotionally, and found little support when she arrived home. Their stories echo a deeper cry. Sino ang kakampi namin? That is the question at the core of this bill. When people are abused, when power is misused, when dignity is stripped away, who stands up for the powerless? That's what the Commission on Human Rights was created to do. But let's be honest, Mr. Speaker. For many years, the CHR has tried to do its work with one hand tied behind its back. It had the constitutional mandate, yes, but not always the legal muscle, not always the operational independence, and not always the public trust it needs to do its job well. This bill, House Bill 11523, seeks to fix that. First, it strengthens the independence of the Commission. We affirm that the CHR is not just another government office. It is a constitutional body. It must be free to act, free to speak, free to protect human rights without fear, without favor, and without interference. Because if a human rights body has to ask permission before speaking truth, it is no longer doing its job. Second, we give the Commission the powers proper to do more than just monitor and report. The bill grants the CHR quasi-judicial powers so that it can determine if violations of civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights have taken place. It can issue protected remedies. It can refer public officials guilty of abuse to proper disciplinary bodies. And if those bodies do nothing within 30 days, it can go to court and ask for a writ of mandamus. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this bill transforms the CHR from a bystander to a real actor in the fight for justice. Third, this bill ensures that our CHR complies with the Paris Principles, the gold standard for national human rights institutions around the world. We want the CHR of the Philippines to be globally recognized, not just in name, but in substance, in power, in professionalism, and in impact. We are not strengthening the CHR for its own sake. We are strengthening it for the people. This bill will allow the Commission to build a strong human rights institute, as a center for learning and training for prosecutors, lawyers, judges, investigators, and civil society groups. Because human rights protection does not end with one office, it must live within the whole system. The bill also mandates a legal assistance program for underprivileged victims. Because let's face it, justice in our country often depends on your bank account. And with this provision, we begin to level the playing field. Mr. Speaker, there are those who fear the CHR. They think it's a threat to order. But let me be clear, a strong human rights institution does not threaten government, it strengthens it. A government that respects rights earns the trust of the people. A government that listens to criticism is not weak, it is wise. A government that protects the vulnerable is not soft, it is strong. Let me remind this chamber, the measure of a democracy is not how it treats the powerful, but how it treats the powerless. And so I ask you, when a woman is harassed by those in uniform, who speaks up for her? When a farmer is displaced from an ancestral land, who stands behind him? When a child is wrongfully jailed, when a journalist is silenced, and when an activist disappears, who fights back? The answer should be the Commission on Human Rights, but we must give it the power to do so. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a call to action. It tells our people you're not alone. It tells abusers you will be held accountable. And it tells the world we are a country that defends dignity and demands justice. Let us not delay justice. Let us not weaken the only institution meant to watch over power with conscience and courage. House Bill 11523 is our opportunity to reaffirm what we stand for, not just as people in politics, but as Filipinos. Because in the end, human rights are not just legal rights. They are the right to live in safety, to speak your truth, to go home to your family, to walk the streets without fear. Let us pass this bill for those who cannot speak, for those who are too afraid to speak, and for those whose voices were silenced forever. Maraming salamat po, and I respectfully seek the support of this honorable House for the passage of House Bill number 11523. Maraming salamat po.
Mr.
Thank you,
Speaker,
Honorable Asidre. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of debate and interpellation. However, there being no member who signified their intention to ask the honorable sponsor, I move that we terminate this period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendments. However, there being no committee nor individual amendment, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we approve on second reading House Bill 11523.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11523. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11523 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Bill 11497 as contained in Committee Report 1448 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11497.
House Bill number 11497, an act granting power to the President of the Republic of the Philippines to adopt emergency measures to address the road traffic crisis in Metro Manila.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the hard-working sponsor of said measure, the Honorable Gus Tambunting of the 2nd District of Parañaque City.
The Honorable Gus Tamunting of the 2nd District of Parañaque is hereby recognized to sponsor the mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of course to the equally very hardworking Majority Leader, the Honorable Garin. Distinguished colleagues, isang magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat. It's 8:38 p.m. It is my honor, Mr. Speaker, to present House Bill number 11497 for plenary consideration, entitled the Traffic Crisis Mitigation Act of Metro Manila. This bill seeks to empower the President to adopt measures to address the road traffic crisis in Metro Manila. Mr. Speaker, as we are all aware, Metro Manila suffers a traffic and transportation crisis. For the longest time, we were ranked by Waze as having the worst traffic on earth. A crisis of this magnitude requires emergency measures. As of 2022, JICA estimated our productivity loss daily at the amount of 2.4 billion pesos due to the traffic crisis. Time which could have been spent working on or with family members is definitely put to waste. This bill seeks to address these issues. I likewise request my explanatory note in my original bill, House Bill number 4363, to be inserted in the records as part of my sponsorship speech. Therefore, I request, Mr. Speaker, and my distinguished colleagues to support these measures para po maayos naman po natin ang tinatawag po nating traffic crisis dito po sa Metro Manila na nararamdaman natin lahat. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Tamunting. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of debate and interpellation, and for this purpose, I further move that we recognize the Honorable Daniel Manuel of Party List Kabataan.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is now open. The Honorable Raul Manuel is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the sponsor willing to yield to some questions regarding House Bill 11497?
Definitely.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you, the Honorable Manuel. I'd be more than willing to answer questions.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Before I pose my questions to the sponsor of this bill, gusto lang nating ipahiwatig na tamang dapat i-address ang malalang trapiko sa Kamaynilaan. Dapat lamang na meron talagang gawin at the soonest time possible habang tinitiyak naman natin ang karapatan at kapakanan ng ating mga kababayan. In line with that, Mr. Speaker, nung nabasa natin ang Section 6 ng House Bill 11497, Power to Adopt Emergency Measures, ang tingin natin dito, Mr. Speaker, ay masyadong sweeping at nagbibigay ng napakalaking kapangyarihan sa nakaupong Pangulo. Lalo na't ang daming mga naka-enumerate na pwedeng i-grant na powers sa Presidente. With that, Mr. Speaker, ano ang assurance natin na ito ay hindi magdudulot ng mga abuso given 3 years ang emergency powers na pwedeng i-grant sa Presidente?
Maraming salamat, the Honorable Manuel. Kaya nga po, tama po kayo. Ito po ay pinapahintulutan po ang ating Presidente na magkaroon ng ganitong kapangyarihan. And ang safeguard talaga nito ay yung 3 taon. Ang sinasabi po natin na pag nagsimula ang isang proyekto, you would have to assume na usually umabot po yun 2 hanggang 3 taon. So kaya po napag-isipan po ng committee na ibigay ang hanggang 3 taon lang. At pagkatapos nun ay wala na po siyang kapangyarihan para po sa mga renovations, road construction na kailangan po nating gawin para ma-improve ang traffic dito po sa ating Metro Manila. So, the answer there is, that's the reason, kaya nga po 3 taon lang ang binigay po sa kanila. Dinagay po itong 3 taon para ma-safeguard din po ang ating, at hindi maabuso itong panukalang batas na to.
Mr. Speaker, hearing the response of our sponsor, ang nabanggit ay yung limit doon sa duration itself ng pag-grant ng emergency powers ay yun yung isang deterrent doon sa abuse. Mr. Speaker, if we go into the possible measures, yung emergency measures na pwedeng i-take on ng nakaupong Pangulo, kasama po kasi dito ang pag-exercise ng police power para po sa ating mga kababayan na halimbawa ay nakatira malapit sa mga kalsada or yung mga lugar na prone halimbawa na ma-demolish to give way sa kung ano man yung mga so-called improvements na gagawin sa ating mga highways or yung mga daanan ng mga dapat na mag-travel. Ang pangamba dito, Mr. Speaker, with the use of police power ay pwedeng magamit ito para utusan ang pulisya, diba, na marahas na mang-demolish, marahas na i-exert yung kanilang power not to protect the people but to use their power against the people based dun sa ano yung mga top level na mga utos sa ating pulisya. So ano po ang magiging epekto kaya nito, given na exercise of police power igagrant sa presidente tapos 3 years siya, tingin natin ay aside sa matagal siya, pwedeng magbukas din talaga ito ng ganong senaryo.
Well, meron po tayong 2 provisions sa batas, sa minungkahi po nating batas. Ito po yung Section 7, na kung saan ay marami pong may interagency coordination. No? At sila po ang bubuo ng yung authority at sila po ang mag-advise sa ating presidente o yung traffic czar na kanyang i-appoint para po masigurado po natin na lahat ng batas ay nasusunod. Meron din pong Section 18, nakalagay po rito that a Congressional Oversight Committee is hereby created with 5 members each from the Philippine Senate and the House of Representatives to oversee the implementation of this act and to exercise the authority granted hereunder. So meron po tayong Kongreso na titingin po at masigurado na wala pong pang-abusong mangyayari sa ating panukalang batas na malutasan ang trapiko dito po sa Metro Manila.
Hearing that, Mr. Speaker, if we apply that in our actual and current contexts na merong powers talaga na relatively ay malakas sa ating executive branch. Tapos, unfortunately, lalo kapag na-encounter kasi natin sa mga protesta, lalo sa mga areas kung saan may mga demolitions, sa mga urban poor areas, mga police actually ay hindi kabisado, hindi sila aware sa ano talaga yung mga batas. Kaya kung ano lang inutos sa kanila, gagawin nila kahit na hindi na talaga ito nakaka-uphold ng basic rights ng ating mga kababayan, lalo yung mga mahihirap at walang kapangyarihan. In connection to that kasi, Mr. Speaker, nandyan din yung right of eminent domain. Naka-mention din siya dito sa ating panukalang batas, yung power of eminent domain, Section 10, na sa mga karanasan natin ay nagagamit talaga sa malawakang demolition tsaka evictions. So, kahit na meron kasi tayong mga nakalagay dito, traffic czar, yung pag-create ng Metro Manila Traffic Enforcement and Management Authority, still meron pa rin tayong ganong nakikitang mga posibleng mangyari na hindi sapat na mapipigilan ng mga provisions ng batas or itong bill na meron tayo so far. So, with that, Mr. Speaker, hindi ba kasi sapat kung ano yung bodies na meron tayo ngayon ay mas i-execute na lang ng maayos yung kanilang trabaho kaysa mag-grant pa talaga sa presidente ng ganitong emergency powers?
Well, yan nga po ang rason kung bakit ho talaga nating napag-isipan po yan. Dahil alam naman po natin na talagang kulang. At kailangan po talagang may magtitimon, may mag-head ng isang malawakang pagsusuri at magbigay ng solusyon. At sino pa po makakagawa ito kung hindi ang pinakamatagas sa opisyal po natin ng ating bayang Pilipinas. So ito po ay isang interagency effort na kung saan ay magsasama-sama. At siyempre, nandito rin po ang MMDA. Kasama rin po sila dito sa minumungkahi po nating panukalang batas. Definitely, something has to be done, something drastic has to be done para po masolusyonan. And the answer to your question is, kulang po kung yung pababayaan lang po natin sa existing na yung existing setup natin sa gobyerno.
Just another example, Mr. Speaker, kasi kapag meron din tayo mga urban poor communities na forcefully ay ine-evict, tapos gagamit ng karahasan ang pulisya, lalo kapag nag-exercise ng police power, tapos iuutos sa kanila na gawin yung lahat ng kaya nilang gawin para palayasin yung mga kababayan natin. Pwede kasing, okay, when they assert their rights through protests, kasi part yun ng kanilang democratic rights. Magpapahayag sila para ipaabot sa mga opisyal natin na dapat ay protektahan yung kanilang karapatan sa paninirahan. Pwedeng yung exercise of police power ay kapag nagprotesta sila, gagamitan na naman sila ulit ng kamay na bakal ng police forces. So parang dobleng pasanin na po ito sa ating mga kababayan. Gusto na silang paalisin, pero yung avenue man lang para magpahayag sila ay pipigilan din in the name of public order, pag-preserve ng ganong concept ng public order. And gagamitan sila nitong tinatawag na police power. So hindi po ba overreaching yung ganitong pinapanukala sa Section 6?
Sa tingin ko naman po ay hindi. Katulad ng pagpoprotekta po sa kanila, ay meron po tayong Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, na kasama po dyan para masigurado po natin na lahat ng batas ay susundin at walang abuso na magaganap. At nakita naman po natin dito sa pagbibili ng isang the power of eminent domain na binanggit po nyo, nakalagay naman po dito, negotiated sale ay isang paraan. At definitely wala pong dapat pong wala po tayo dapat kabahan. Hindi po tayo dapat kabahan dahil po lahat ho ay titignan at wala ho definitely na hindi po maabuso ang paggamit ng ating kapangyarihan under this bill. Nakalagay rin po dito that if negotiation fails between the landowner, meron naman pong expropriation case pa rin. So yung karapatan ng ating mga may-ari ng lupa ay mapoprotektahan dahil dadaan pa rin po sa korte. At ito naman po ay talagang nangyayari na sa pang-araw-araw. Wag ho tayo masyadong maabala dahil sabi nga nila na pag may malaking problema ay kailangan ho talaga na magkaroon po tayo ng katulad ho ng sinabi niyo po kanina ay magkaroon din po tayo ng drastic measure na kung saan para malutasan na po natin ang problema ng trapiko sa Metro Manila.
Last question, Mr. Speaker, regarding Section 11 kasi this affects procurement. Dahil kung magiging batas po itong House Bill 11497, part ng emergency powers ng Presidente ay itong pwedeng mag-enter into direct contracting, direct negotiation, repeat order. So, mapapa-expedite yung procurement. Mr. Speaker, hindi po ba ito ay magbubukas dun sa posibilidad na pwedeng may mga paboran dun sa bidding process or hindi magiging malinis at maayos or patas yung ating mga bidding process dahil nga ang concept dito ay may emergency powers so kailangan na sa madaling pamamaraan ay magawa yung mga gustong gawin pero nasasakripisyo naman yung pagiging malinis sana and being safeguarded from corruption ng pag-implement ng iba't ibang mga proyekto in line with addressing the traffic problem in Metro Manila.
In Section 11, as clearly stated, during the effectivity of this act, the President or the Traffic Czar, as may be authorized, may enter into direct contracting, direct negotiation, repeat order, or other alternative modes of procurement for priority projects under RA 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, for the construction, repair, restoration, rehabilitation, improvement, or maintenance of traffic-related infrastructure, subject to auditing and accounting rules and regulations. So they're still subject to the existing laws, and definitely no abuse and no favoritism should happen. Ito po ay klaro naman po na susunod po sila sa mga iba't ibang batas pagdating po sa auditing and accounting rules ng ating bansa at ang pagtamang paggamit ng pera ng taong bayan.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank our sponsor for responding to our questions. Nonetheless, nandyan pa rin yung ating mga agam-agam, lalo na't ito regardless of personality, Mr. Speaker, we've seen experiences in the past, no? Nung panahon ng pandemya na merong mga pag-grant din ng actually similar to emergency powers, tipong pagpapalakas palalo ng pwedeng gawin ng nasa executive branch, lalo sa Malacanang, at marami din talaga tayo nakitang mga paggamit ng kapangyarihan, hindi para sa kabutihan, pero para sa kasamaan. Nagdulot ng mga abuso at pag-circumvent ng mga existing na mga batas. Kaya yun po yung magiging batayan ng boto ng representasyon na ito sa House Bill 11497. Pero still, we thank our sponsor for addressing our questions.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Manuel, for those questions.
Thank you,
And
Honorable Manuel.
definitely, napag-isipan po talaga po mabuti at marami na pong pagbabago na ginawa po dito sa ating panukalang batas para maprotektahan po ang pera ng taong bayan. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who would wish to interpolate our distinguished sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendments. However, there being no committee nor individual amendment, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we approve on second reading House Bill 11497.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11497. All those in favor say aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11497 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Bill 11539 as contained in Committee Report 1478 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11539.
House Bill 11539, an act further amending Republic Act Number 10591, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act, as amended by Republic Act Number 11766.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I move that you recognize the sponsor of said measure, the Honorable Dan S. Fernandez of the Lone District of Santa Rosa City.
The Honorable Dan Fernandez of the Lone District of Santa Rosa City is recognized to sponsor the said measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, good evening po sa ating lahat. I have the honor to sponsor Committee Report Number 1478 on House Bill Number 11539, entitled An Act Further Amending Republic Act Number 10591, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act, as amended by Republic Act Number 11766. Mr. Speaker, I move that the explanatory note to my bill, House Bill Number 1141, be adopted as my sponsorship remarks. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Fernandez. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of debate and interpellation. However, there being no member who would wish to interpellate our distinguished sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Few minutes suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Session
Maraming
suspended.
salamat, Majority Floor Leader.
Hindi pa. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, earlier we terminated the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation on House Bill Number 11539. I now move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move to proceed with the amendment by substitution.
Is there any objection? The motion is approved.
Earlier, Mr. Speaker, copies have been distributed to members of the Omnibus Body of the substitute bill to House Bill number 11539. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 106 of our rules, I move to amend by substitution the entire bill as contained in Committee Report number 1478 with the contents of the substitute bill earlier distributed to all the members. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we approve on second reading House Bill 11539 as amended.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11539 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11539 as amended is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Bill 11543 as contained in Committee Report 1481 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11543.
House Bill number 11543, an act institutionalizing the lifelong learning development framework, broadening the mandate of the Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10968, otherwise known as the Philippine Qualifications Framework Act, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the sponsor of said measure, the Honorable Roman Romulo from the Lone District of Pasig City.
The Honorable Roman Romulo of the Lone District of Pasig City is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, on behalf of Chairman Mark Go, I stand before this august chamber to sponsor House Bill number 11543 under Committee Report number 1481, or the proposed Lifelong Learning Development Framework Act. This bill, Mr. Speaker, aims to promote lifelong learning as a means of achieving full, productive, and freely chosen employment and decent work for all, as well as a more sustainable national, regional, and local development. It also promotes universal literacy and the constitutional right of all citizens to quality and accessible education at all levels of education. Mr. Speaker, learning happens all the time. It is boundless, not confined to a particular period in life or the formal educational system. It is a continuous process that starts at birth and extends across all stages of life, all ages, and diverse settings, and shapes our thoughts and actions as influenced by the experiences around us. No less than the UNESCO has recognized the importance of lifelong learning, as people can no longer navigate their life course using only the skills and knowledge acquired in school. Moreover, in today's volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous or VUCA world, a well-educated and skilled citizenry is essential for confronting uncertainties and overcoming challenges in an ever-evolving world. Also known as lifelong education, Mr. Speaker, lifelong learning serves as the foundation of a sustainable and progressive society encompassing diverse modes of education, formal, non-formal, and informal, while ensuring recognition and credentialing of valuable knowledge and skills, and at the same time providing opportunities to learn throughout life for individual fulfillment, social cohesion, and economic prosperity, amongst others. This important measure, Mr. Speaker, institutionalized a lifelong learning development framework to promote inclusive learning in the educational system, revitalize learning in families and communities, and facilitate learning for and in the workplace. Likewise, Mr. Speaker, this bill is aligned with the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Medium Development Goal number 4 on providing opportunities for lifelong learning across nations. It has also been recommended by the Second Congressional Commission on Education, or EDCOM-2. Moreover, it is in line with the UNESCO Institute of Lifelong Learning's objective of strengthening the capacities of member states to build effective and inclusive lifelong learning policies and systems. Under the bill, Mr. Speaker, the lifelong learning development framework shall be developed and monitored and evaluated by the Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council, or PQF-NCC, which was established under Republic Act number 10986, or the Philippine Qualifications Framework Act. Likewise, the PQF-NCC is strengthened under this bill by including the secretaries of the Departments of Interior and Local Government, Trade and Industry as members, ensuring that local government units and industries are engaged in lifelong learning in communities and the workplace. At present, the Council is composed of the Department of Education, the Department of Labor and Employment, the Commission on Higher Education, TESDA, the PRC, and representatives from the economic and industry sectors. In addition, Mr. Speaker, this bill creates the Lifelong Learning National Master Plan, subject to review every 5 years, with the participation of relevant stakeholders, which shall include medium and long-term policy objectives and basic direction, implementation activities, and guidelines. Funding for lifelong education institutions, investment plans, and budgetary requirements, and the guidelines for the evaluation of lifelong education programs and learning cities or municipalities. In recognition of the immense contribution of the lifelong learning in nation building and empowering individuals and societies, I urge our colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to support the passage of this important measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, and a good evening to everyone.
Thank you, Honorable Romulo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I move that we open the period of debate and interpellation, and for this purpose, I further move that we recognize the Honorable Raul Daniel Manuel of Party List Kabataan.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is now open, and the Honorable Raul Daniel Manuel is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, our good sponsor yield to a few questions about
Yes.
House Bill 11543.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can our sponsor give us a brief review of what the Philippine Qualifications Framework intends to do? Kasi isa ito sa parang gustong i-expand ng bill natin, i-expand yung mandate ng Philippine Qualifications Framework to include lifelong learning. So before I proceed to my other questions, ay at least mabalikan muna natin para sa benefit ng body, ano ang main gustong gawin ng Philippine Qualifications Framework?
Well, yung Philippine Qualifications Framework sets the standards for our skills training, education training, and all that the bill wants to include would be the Department of Interior and Local Government and the DTI. And the reason for that is that when we talk about lifelong learning, we speak about citizens or Filipinos even beyond the college years or far beyond any of the tertiary education already. In addition, we want also DTI to be involved simply because we also want to encourage industries to be able to promote, to emphasize, and to provide for their workforce a lifelong learning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you sa ating sponsor. Karagtong po nun, Dahil nabanggit sa bill na ito ang iba't ibang forms ng tatawagin nating lifelong learning. Nakita ko po kasama dito yung kahit yung learning sa loob ng bahay, or learning habang nagtatrabaho, or learning sa ating mga community learning centers. Ang gusto ko pong mas maunawaan, Mr. Speaker, ay paano yun magbe-bridge dun sa functions ng Philippine Qualifications Framework. Dahil so far, sa ngayon, the Philippine Qualifications Framework, di ba ina-align din po niya yung ating mga qualification standards with those in other countries.
That's correct.
Para mas madaling makita ano yung pagkakapareho, madaling makita yung isang Filipino student in different learning levels ay makakompare sa kung ano din yung parang kaakibat noon sa ibang mga bansa.
That's correct.
So with this, Mr. Speaker, kasi yung lifelong learning, kasama doon yung forms ng learning na dahil hindi siya ganun ka-formal or hindi pa ganun ka-structured. No? So versus yung other forms of learning natin na mas formal and structured. So inisip ko po paano kaya ito mas nais na i-quantify at i-assess din ng Philippine Qualifications Framework.
Yes. Maraming salamat dun sa katanungan ng Honorable Manuel. Tama po yan, ano? Because the Philippine Qualification Framework, in fact, aligns us with the skills and the knowledge, also may competencies, di ba? Which have been aligned globally already. Ngayon, lahat yon sa totoo, parte yun ng formal Kunyari, nandun ka sa basic elementary natin, sa K-12 natin, di ba sa 11 and 12, kung maalala natin, sa senior high school, ando doon nga yung competencies na. Sa colleges, lalo na, meron yung competencies and sa test the training natin. Pero lahat yun, within the ambit of formal education. Pag-test na rin po, meron naman silang community schools, di ba? Pero ang gusto din po natin dito, ay ma-involve yung local governments para masigurado natin na if you are not within the school age anymore, no, o nag-graduate ka na, dapat tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang learning mo. Dapat maka-provide yung local governments through the DILG guidance or the industries through the DTI ng mga competencies na sinasabi ng PQF, NCC natin na naka-align na abroad. So ibig sabihin po, no, kunyari gagawa sila ng for senior citizens, gagawa sila ng activities of learning. Okay pa po yan, ano? That's what we want to encourage that. But framework po yung hinahabol rin natin dito. Eventually, ang gusto natin, ma-align ng DILG o ng DTI yung competencies ng PQF, NCC, that's why they're part of that, para may credentialing na nangyayari. Meaning, merong objective yung o goal yung pwedeng marating ng isang lifelong learner outside yung formal education natin. Yung parang may patutunguan talaga at meron siyang credentialing na makukuha. Of course, Honorable Manuel, at the beginning, yung birth pains niya, ang gusto muna natin ma-organize using the Literacy Coordinating Council, masigurado natin na yung LCC natin ay mag-guide yung mga LGU natin. Ano yung mga pwedeng learning activities. Pero, as we progress, kaya may review every 5 years, nung plano, is that we want may credentialing na mangyayari. Para kahit papano, may dala-dalang credentialing yung mga na-involve sa lifelong learning. Again, in-expand lang ito para masama yung citizens sa labas na ng schooling age. So, DILG po yun para yung local governments ma-encourage nila by setting up learning camps, learning centers, kung saan pwedeng maturuan yung mga kung sino ang gustong ma-upgrade, ma-upscale yung level nila. At sa industriya po, we want that also encouraged. But tama kayo, kaya nandito yung PQF, NCC, at naging parte yung agencies involved in local governments and industries because we want credentialing to happen. So we want na ma-align rin yung competencies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our good sponsor. Ang kasunod ko pong tanong, dun sa objective na magkaroon din ng credentialing dun sa lifelong learning, well, kung sa concept muna ng lifelong learning, syempre naniniwala tayo na yung pagkatuto hindi siya natatapos just after we get our formal certificates or degrees, at gusto natin ma-equip yung ating mga kabataan na marunong silang matuto, no, sa iba't ibang pamamaraan. Kasi bahagi yon ng patuloy na pag-develop natin bilang isang tao. So, doon sa kung paano in concrete ways magagawa yung credentialing, doon ko po mas gusto sanang matanong pa mula sa ating sponsor, dahil yun nga, given na informal, kung example, natututo isang tao sa isang community learning center, paano titiyakin through this House Bill 11543 na maayos na ma-check yung competencies at paano magbibigay ng kaakibat or accurate na credential based dun sa ano yung kanyang natututunan in a community learning center.
Yes, pero again, Honorable Manuel, I just want to emphasize na tama po kayo, no? One of the objectives of this measure, also as envisioned by UNESCO, is that lifelong learning tayo. Whether or not you get credentialing or not, it's that thirst for knowledge and that feeling of knowledge that should always occur at any time that any citizen would want that. In addition to that, that is why pumapasok po yung credentialing, because gusto rin natin na magkaroon ng pagkakataon po, not only hindi lang po yung kabataan, pero pati yung ating mga senior citizens na gusto pang mapagpatuloy yung pag-aaral nila in order for them to be able to get employment, to be entrepreneurs. Doon po pasok po talaga yung PQF-NCC. That is why yung credentialing, yung competencies that NCC, kasi ang PQF-NCC ang nagbibigay sa atin nung competencies for NC1, NC2, NC3, NC4, at to NC5, or kung ano man ang NC. DILG, being a member of PQF-NCC, will be the one now to provide the guidance sa ating local governments who will be providing through learning centers and hiring yung mga magtuturo kung ano yung competencies and paano ma-check yun using the PQF-NCC. Sa industriya naman, that is why DTI has been proposed to become a member of PQF-NCC kasi sila rin ang magbababa naman ng standards and competencies for every, yung training regulations for every NC that one can obtain. Pero again po, no, you are correct, Honorable Manuel, the purpose of this measure is not solely for credentialing. Talagang this is also to fill up that thirst for continuous learning, whether it will be used for employment, whether it will be used for credentialing. At the end of the day, gusto lang natin meron yon for additional points for a individual. Pero ito lang po para tuloy-tuloy. Kunyari po, as an example po, no, meron pa rin tayo under yung lumabas na FLEMS result, di ba? From ages 10 to 64, 19 million ang functionally illiterate. So ibig sabihin, pwedeng marami doon passed already yung college or masteral degrees nila. So kahit doon po, gusto natin, meron rin na mga pwedeng mag-introduce yung local government or yung industry itself ng mga programs para maging functionally literate yung individual concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our good sponsor. So, natanong ko po yung, okay, nagpa-participate in some form of what we would eventually call lifelong learning, yung isang tao, regardless of age niya. Tapos, ang isang pwedeng maging outcome ay, yun, mag-earn siya ng credentials as certified by the Philippine Qualifications Framework, NCC. Ang kasunod ko pong tanong is the other way around. Kasi, if the Philippine Qualifications Framework, NCC, of course, as said in the bill in coordination with different players like industry, yung iba't ibang mga sectors, ang tanong ko, Mr. Speaker, paano naman natin ma-ensure na yung lifelong learning is really suited dun sa ano yung interest ng isang tao? Kasi if we have a body that will set ano yung mga competencies na kanyang ipopromote, ano ang mga credentials na pwedeng i-offer, So, at a particular time, pwedeng meron talaga siyang nakikitang patok ng mga credentials na pwedeng ma-earn ng mga iba't ibang tao who would be in lifelong learning. But there are people also who would want to learn things outside the popular demand, no? Pwedeng yung lifelong learning nila is an opportunity to explore fields na hindi nila masyadong napag-aralan nung sila ay nasa formal schooling pa. So, paano natin mapapangalagaan yung lifelong learning in such a way na hindi naman siya parang sobrang nai-intrude ng kung ano lang yung demand na nire-recommend ng industry players at ng mga patok na credentials in every period of time.
Yes. As I responded to your earlier question, hindi lang naman po ito for credentialing. It is really lifelong learning. Dito po, wala namang sapilitan. Again, it is on a voluntary basis. May kita naman po natin kung ano yung hilig ng individual. Assuming that you are already in your 60s, ang hilig mo, or you belong to that portion na sabi ng PSA ay functionally illiterate, gusto mong matuto, magbasa, makapag-comprehend, again, that can be provided by the local government unit. Siguro yung una talagang titingnan dyan talaga is really kung ano yung demand from the individuals, ano yung hinahanap nila, because you also have to have teachers to be able to teach various skills, whether may credentialing o wala. On the other side of it naman, whether or not magkaka-credentialing, yung napili na scope of study, that would again depend on the PQF-NCC. Katulad ngayon, Honorable Manuel, sa totoo, no, hindi naman po lahat ng mga una-una, hindi yung training regulations natin does not cover everything up to NC3 or NC4. Marami nga NC2 lang eh. Because function po na wala namang industriya. So at the end of the day, kailangan mo rin i-match when you go to the higher NCs. Pero yung mga NC1, NC2, those are skills that are common naman sa buong mundo. Medyo mas universally accepted na yan. Yan naman, I think, as long as meron ng, it's a basic learning source, makakagawa naman yung PQF-NCC. Pero again, hindi naman lahat ay talagang para lang solely for purposes of credentialing. Dahil yung iba naman talaga ay pumapasok rin dito. Gusto lang natin tuloy-tuloy na kung ano yung kung gusto niya mag-aral, ay meron siyang mapag-aaralan. Not necessarily na may credentialing yun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our good sponsor. A final few questions. Since if ever kung magiging batas ito, Mr. Speaker, edi meron na tayong ganitong balangkas sa yun, kung paano magkakaroon ng lifelong learning at paano yan susubaybayan ng Philippine Qualifications Framework NCC. I'm curious if ever there are other countries that may be leading or like steps ahead sa atin. Kung meron na rin ba silang current like law or even executive orders na batayan para ipatupad na sa kanila, no? Kasi kung sa atin nga edi antayin pa natin na maging batas to, sa iba ba meron ng mga nauna sa ganitong paglatag ng structure for lifelong learning?
Ang tanong po niyo kung may ibang jurisdiction na nauna na meron ng lifelong learning na batas.
In other countries, no? Kung meron
Yes, kung may ibang jurisdiction na. Yun, sa pagkaalam ko, meron na. Kasi UNESCO, in fact, has been the one of those bodies that has been pushing for lifelong learning. At kung makikita po natin sa SGD, sa United Nations Development Goals, kasama po siya under number 30, I think. 4. Yes, number 4 siya. So, sa Medium Development Goal ng United Nations 2030 Agenda, Goal 4 siya, and so it has already, hindi lang naman tayo yung in-encourage nila. At sa pagkaalam ko, and we can provide you with a list siguro, the committee, will be able to give you if ano yung rules ng ibang bansa.
Okay, with that, Mr. Speaker, I have no further questions and I thank our good sponsors sa pagsagot sa ating.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel. We appreciate always the point of view and the questions of our representative from the Kabataan Party List.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Honorable Green.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who would wish to interpolate our good sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendments. However, there be no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we approve on second reading House Bill 11543.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11543. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11543 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, esteemed
Thank you,
colleagues.
Honorable Romulo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to put forward an omnibus motion for the consideration of House Bill 11517 as contained in Committee Report 1460 and House Bill 11518 as contained in Committee Report 1461, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11517 and 11518.
House Bill number 11517, an act converting the Mabini Community Hospital in the Municipality of Mabini, Province of Batangas into a specialty hospital to be known as the Batangas Tourism Specialty Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 11518, an act converting the Cebu Technological University Extension Campus in the city of Naga, Province of Cebu into a regular campus of the Cebu Technological University and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the explanatory note of said measures be considered as the sponsorship of said measures.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
There being no member who would wish to interpolate sponsors of said measure, I move, Mr. Speaker, that we close the period of debate and interpellation.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
I further move, Mr. Speaker, that we open the period of amendments. However, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority
I now
Leader.
move, Mr. Speaker, that we approve on second reading House Bill 11517 and House Bill 11518.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11517 and House Bill number 11518. All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11517 and House Bill 11518 are hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I move that we take up additional reference of business and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measures.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business. Committee report. Committee report 1483 submitted by the Committees on Justice, Appropriations and Ways and Means on House Bill 11545.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Bill 11545 as contained in Committee Report 1483. The Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure and further move that we recognize the sponsor of said measure, the Honorable Jude Asidre.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11545.
House Bill number 11545, an act granting hazard pay to public prosecutors exposed to hazardous situations and performing hazardous duties related to assigned cases and appropriating funds therefore.
The Honorable Jude Asidre of Tingog Party List is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, as sponsor and principal author of the said measure, I move that the explanatory note to the original bill be considered sponsorship speech for this measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The sponsorship, the explanatory note be considered as the sponsorship speech. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of debate and interpellation. However, there be no member who signify their intention to interpellate our good sponsor. I move that we close the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I move that we open the period of amendments. However, there may be committee nor individual amendments. I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, and I move that we approve on second reading House Bill 11545.
Is there any There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11545. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11545 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up admin matters.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 7240 and Senate Bill number 890, optimizing the national government for efficient public service delivery. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. All those in favor of the Conference Committee report say aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are also in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 11355 and Senate Bill number 2558, enhancing animal industry development and competitiveness, strengthening the Bureau of Animal Industry, and creating for the purpose an Animal Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. All those in favor of the Conference Committee report say aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 9726 and Senate Bill number 2974, strengthening the governance and management of the Philippine Science High School system. Honorable Carlito Marquez, Honorable Joey Sarte Salceda, the Honorable Maria Vanessa Aumentado, Representative Divina Grace Yu, Representative Faustino Nino D, Representative Jazel Victoria C.U., Representative Gabriel Bordado Jr.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said Conference Committee. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee report, the Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 9489, creating one additional branch of the RTC in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Alicia, Province of Isabela. Honorable Juliet Marie de Leon Ferrer, Honorable Isabel Maria Zamora, Honorable Laarni Lavin Roque, Honorable Ian Paul D., and the Honorable Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said Conference Committee. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 11376 and Senate Bill number 2534, providing for a 200 pesos daily wage increase for minimum wage workers in the private sector. The Honorable Juan Fidel Felipe Nograles, the Honorable Raymond Democrito Mendoza, Honorable Ramon Jolo Revilla, Honorable Mark Go, and the Honorable Arlene Brosas.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said Conference Committee. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of messages from the Senate informing the House that the Senate passed with amendments House Bill numbers 3969, 5836, and 5852. All are bills declaring holidays in certain localities. We have been informed that the Committee on Local Government, sponsor of the aforementioned House bills, as well as its respective authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measures. In accordance with the rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill numbers 3969, 5836, and 5852. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to the House Bill number 3969, 5836, and 5852. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to include additional co-authors to House Bill numbers 1824, 11117, 11353, 11350, 11360, 11412, 11422, 11522, 11528, 529, 530, 1152, 1153, 1159, 1154, and House Resolution numbers 2217, 2218, 2219, 2220, 2223, 2289, 2290, 2310, 2311, 2313, and 2315 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we consider House Resolution 2313 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Resolution 2313, resolution congratulating Filipino-American composer and percussionist Susie Ibarra for winning the 2025 Pulitzer Prize for Music for her composition Sky Islands, making her the first Filipino-American to receive the award.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 2313.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution 2313. Any objection? The chair hears none. Motion therefore is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Resolution 2314 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General, please proceed, ma'am.
House Resolution 2314, a resolution expressing the sincerest and profound gratitude and appreciation to Sagi Pelikula for its outstanding legacy in Filipino film restoration.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 2314.
All those in favor of the said resolution, House Resolution 2314. All those in favor, say aye. All those in favor, not in favor, say nay. The ayes have it. Majority Leader, House Resolution 2314 is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Resolution 2315 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General, please proceed, ma'am.
House Resolution 2315, resolution congratulating and commending Filipino-American sound designer and composer Fabian Obispo for winning outstanding sound design at the 40th Lucille Lortel Awards, the first Asian American to receive the honor.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we adopt House Resolution 2315. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to approve House Resolution 2315. All those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 2315 hereby approved. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we consider House Resolution 2310 in consolidation with House Resolution 2269 and that Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General, as stated, please proceed.
House Resolution 2310, resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House of Representatives on the passing of original Filipino music icon Angelito Haji T. Alejandro and recognizing his outstanding contributions to the Philippine music industry.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 2310 in consolidation with House Resolution 2269.
There's a motion to adopt and approve the House Resolution 2310. All those in favor say aye. All those not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 2310 is hereby approved. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Resolution 2311 in consolidation with House Resolution 2281 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General, please proceed, ma'am.
House Resolution 2311, a resolution honoring and commending the late Frederick Charles Caballes Davao, professionally known as Ricky Davao, for his outstanding contributions to Philippine cinema, television, and theater.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 2311 in consolidation with House Resolution 2281.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution 2311. All those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 2311
In
is hereby
consolidation with
adopted.
House Resolution 2281.
2311?
In consolidation with House Resolution
Yes, okay.
2281.
So, House Resolution 2311 in consolidation with House Resolution 22181 is hereby adopted and approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I move that we take up House Resolution 2312 in consolidation with House Resolutions 2297 and 2317. The Secretary General be directed to the title of said measure.
Secretary General, as stated, please proceed.
House Resolution 2312, resolution expressing the sincerest and profound condolences of the House of Representatives on the demise of original Filipino music icon Ferdinand Freddy Pascual Aguilar and honoring his immense contributions to the Philippine music, culture, and national identity.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I move that we adopt House Resolution 2312 in consolidation with House Resolutions 2297 and 2317.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution 2312 in consolidation with House Resolutions 2297 and 2317. All those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. So House Resolution 2312 in consolidation with House Resolution 2297 and 2317 hereby adopted and approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, last Monday, June 2, 2025, we adopted House Resolution number 2289 expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Ms. Pilita Corrales, the Asia's Queen of Songs. I move for the consolidation of a similar measure, House Resolution 2308 with House Resolution 2289.
Daghang salamat, Majority Leader. There is a motion to consolidate House Resolution number 2308 with House Resolution number 2289. Is there no objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, last Monday, June 2, 2025, we adopted House Resolution number 2288 expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Ms. Nora Cabaltera Villa Mayor, popularly known as Nora Honor, a national artist for film and broadcast arts. I move for the consolidation of a similar measure, House Resolution 2309 with House Resolution 2288.
Okay, yes, Majority Leader. There is a motion to consolidate House Resolution number 2309 with House Resolution number 2288. Is there no objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Again, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of June 9, 2025. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to adjourn until 3 p.m. June 9. Is there no objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. We will continue on 3 p.m. June 9. Thank you, Majority Leader. Motion is therefore approved and adjourned. Thank you.